Enables you to put it into airframes that have got very limited space, a very small amount of room behind the panel and the bulkhead, or glider pilots
generally don't have a transponder.
Yeah.
So where would I put that on a panel, say if I was pulling something else out? Is it something that could fit in, or something that I have to have retrofitted from my avionics shop?
Yeah, I mean, if you were taking out a 2¼ inch round instrument, then you can get the trig controller in there, and it will replace.
My steam gauge? It'll replace my steam gauge?
Well, you could take the same hole and put a trig transponder or a radio into that as a compact format.
Along those same lines, we mentioned earlier, you've got a transponder that'll fit in the standard rack that's probably already in your airplane.
That's right. Yep. Yeah, indeed we do. It was one of our first products, very, very popular. It's called the TT31 Mode S transponder. It's ADS-B out capable, and that allows you to essentially plug and play, replace it with a KT76A, 76C or 78A. Now that gives you Mode S out the box. It's a very, very straightforward install. It uses your existing antenna, your tray, and your wiring, as long as it's in good condition. If you want ADS-B, you have to have a GPS source, which we can provide for you.
And then obviously all your avionics communicates seamlessly with other brands, and there's no problem in mixing and matching with trig. And
yeah, people are really quite pleased about the fact that we can configure our equipment with other systems. So typically the Garmin G3X, you can actually control the trig equipment through the G3X. We also have wide compatibility with other brands, and our Navcom is becoming popular because, of course, you can actually use that with legacy CDIs and legacy installations.
We just have another minute or so here. So quickly again, where can they find you on the field and also online if they're not here?
Yep. Hangar B, we're in there, and we're about halfway down the hangar. And in terms of online, go to our website, which is trig, www.trig-avionics.com, and you can see all our products on there. And usefully, just to touch on a couple of points, all of our install manuals and user manuals are online. So you go to the relevant product page, you can read about the product, you can also see videos of all our products as well. So it's helpful to sort of get an orientation of just how compact and how exciting they are.
Absolutely. Well, thanks so much. I appreciate you coming here. Terrific. I'm so glad that you came to talk, especially about the service side of things, and saving weight, and it's an efficient product. I can't wait to go check it out.
Yep.
Yeah, I need one in the near future. Go check them out. trig-avionics.com. Hangar B, that's not far from the Phillips 66 Compass Rose, if you don't know where the hangars are. Thanks again. I appreciate you coming today.
Thanks very much.
Trusted since 2007, the Aero LED's Sunsport series offer unprecedented performance but consume minimal power. Already available in a 45-watt and 100-watt option, their new Sunspot 75-watt LED offers the same trusted reliability but tops the charts with the highest candela in the industry. For a PAR 36 LED landing light, Aero LEDs have several other new designs on display and are offering show discounts and giveaways inside Hangar D, Boost D6, and D7.
Every afternoon, Tuesday through Sunday, Sun and Fun is proud to present the Daily Air Show, brought to you by Shell and AOPA. You can join us at the flight line for exciting air show performances with highly skilled pilots flying all types of aircraft. The Daily Air Show lineup includes a variety of aircraft such as ultralight paramotors, gliders, World War II fighter planes, modern aerobatic and race planes, as well as military fighter jets. The displays of masterful flying will delight the crowd every afternoon all week long.
Let your career take flight with Piedmont Airlines. As a premier regional carrier of American Airlines, Piedmont offers an unprecedented pilot experience bonus, a maintenance tuition payment program, industry-leading benefits, and free travel on the largest airline in the world. Piedmont has something for every aviation enthusiast interested in seeking a career. Are you looking for more information? Stop by booth A42 to talk to a Piedmont recruiter. We can't wait to show you everything Piedmont has to offer. A big shout out to Aircraft Spruce and Specialty for their continued support as the hosting sponsor for the Hangar B exhibit hall. The Aircraft Spruce team is here to provide friendly service and help place orders for all your aircraft parts and supply needs. For over 57 years, customers around the world have counted on Aircraft Spruce to keep them flying. They invite you to stop by the Aircraft Spruce booth in Hangar B or visit them online at aircraftspruce.com. Are you an early riser or just want to get started early and take in all of what Sun Fun has to offer? If so, you should come and check out the balloon launch and see balloons in all shapes, sizes, and colors. Daily limited demonstration flights starting at 0700 in Paradise City by commercial firms. You can have your fill of balloons daily. Also, you can see them in the night air shows, and don't forget about the big event, Balloon Race from the main flight line. All excitement begins Saturday between 0630 and 0800. For more information, you can visit the Sun Fun website at www.flysnep.org.
Bernie Little Distributors delivers a wide variety of Anheuser-Busch products as well as many specialized local and national craft beers. Also known for the Miss Budweiser hydroplane racing boat, Bernie Little Distributors has been an Anheuser-Busch distributor for over 50 years. From original Budweiser to the latest craft beer or cider, Bernie Little Distributors has what you want. Go to BernieLittleDistributors.com to find the drinks for your next get-together.
As GA pilots, we understand the need for proficiency but sometimes lack the resources to accomplish it. That's where Redbird Pro comes in, a new app that measures your proficiency in 9 key areas to generate a personalized training plan full of articles, quizzes, and simulator scenarios that address the weakest parts of your flying. Redbird Pro is available in the App Store and Google Play. You can visit Redbird for more information at booth N76 or online at redbirdflight.com.
Sun and Fun visitors can attend any of our educational forums at no charge. The Sun and Fun educational forums will be held on the event grounds at the Central Florida Aerospace Academy that houses 11 classrooms, each with a different forum every hour. Over the course of the week, you will have a choice of over 250 forums with topics ranging from international flying to sheet metal construction to how to buy your own aircraft. You will find everything you need to dust off the wings and polish up your skills and ratings. You can check out the Sun and Fun program or www.flysnf.org for a forum list and schedule. Sun and Fun welcomes our veterans and active duty military. There is so much to see and do at the Veterans Plaza near the main entrance. You can visit the Veterans Welcome Tent, military displays, war reenactors, VA and veteran services, daily presentations in the Air America tent, live entertainment Friday and Saturday at 1700 hours, and much more.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba.
You know, the best protection against the harmful rays of the sun is light clothing. That's right. Thin cotton clothing is about the best way to avoid excessive sun exposure. And this protection comes with absolutely no risks of doing harm, especially important for those of us traveling from the northern states. A wide-brimmed hat is another healthy option to reduce excessive sun exposure. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Sun and Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence are pursuing the mission of a brighter future through aviation with Project Stratos, an aviation leadership and art program. High school juniors submitted aviation-themed essays and original works of art. From the hundreds of entries, a pool of semi-finalists and finalists were selected. You can spot these high achievers during the event wearing Project Stratos t-shirts and representing the future of aviation.
Hello, this is Trevor Semino from Chart It All. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Are you a teacher looking to inspire and motivate your students? Then you can join us this Saturday at the Aerospace Educators Workshop for an exciting day learning how to integrate aviation, space, robotics, and more into your curriculum. All K-12 teachers are invited to attend. Special speakers and a variety of concurrent sessions will be offered to motivate and inspire you with ideas and activities to use in your classroom. Seats are limited, so registration is required. More information is available at flysnf.org.
If you or someone you're with requires urgent medical assistance, please call 911 immediately. If practical or less urgent, you can visit Sun and Fun's Medical Hospitality Building and Tent located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across from the big Piedmont jet near the main entrance. Medical Hospitality is staffed from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. by licensed volunteer doctors and nurses. From sunburns, blisters, and dehydration to insect bites, headaches, and stomach pain, they are ready to help. And water and sunscreen are always available, free of charge. Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Shoreline Aviation Insurance. Shoreline Aviation Insurance has a broad aviation background. Chances are, if you're doing it in aviation, they've done it. This experience helps them be a resource to their clients, not just sell a policy. They've owned and operated both piston and turbine aircraft. They are very experienced instructors and even owned a flight school for many years. They have operated a Part 135 operation, and they currently own an antique warbird on floats, as well as the experimental glass air that Glenn built. All of this experience is what they call the Shoreline Advantage. You can learn how to put the Shoreline Advantage to work for you at shorelineaviationinsurance.com.
Absolutely.
So I'm gonna step in on this next interview because I set it up with somebody who's a good friend of mine, and I would like Miss Robin to stay up with me.
Thank you.
During this interview. And while I'm doing this, Carl and Jack are going to step off and prepare for our next interview with our friends from Waco, which is going to be cool.
Oh, you won't mind that at all.
Nah, they're gonna hate that. So, years and years ago, Sun and Fun had a daily newspaper. It was an actual print newspaper, Sun and Fun Today. It's put on by our friends at GA News. And I got to know a reporter with GA News. I only knew her as Meg the reporter, and over the years, she's like 1 week a year family that is like a sister to me. Love her to death. Meg Godlewski, welcome to Sun and Fun Radio.
Oh, thank you very much, Dave. It's been a long time to get here.
It has been. I've wanted you here. I tried to steal you away and have you be a reporter for me, but
I remember that.
Paying the rent comes first. Now,
Indeed.
You were a reporter with GA News.
Yes, I was.
And you covered everything and anything here on the grounds.
That's absolutely correct.
She has more secrets about the everything and anything. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Forget knowing where the bodies are buried. She knows how deep the bodies are buried.
I know how deep the bodies are, what they did to be buried.
Exactly, yes.
And I'm assuming 99% of them ticked off a Catholic Klingon. And
I have heard this. Yes.
Folks, you have to understand, Meg and I are friends outside of Sun and Fun. I only see her here at Sun and Fun, but we stay in touch throughout the year.
We've been trying to talk to her on this deck for decades.
Decades, yes.
Yeah, we have. We've been trying to get her up here. Now, finally, she has been nice enough to grace our deck with her and her little mini batleth, so we're ready to go in case there's any interlopers.
Well, what are you talking about?
The Klingon weapon of choice. I don't need a mini batleth. I can do it with the mere glare of my eyes.
Yes,
that is how far my Klingon fighting skills have progressed. And remember the secret phrase, "Nuk next Dutch de Pol,"
which means?
Where do you keep the chocolate?
Okay, we'll remember that one.
So glad you're
But
here.
not only does she have a real life full size batleth, she has a mini keychain batleth, and I know she has that because I had it sent to her.
Dave sent it to me, yes. My airplane keys are on my mini keychain batleth to let my clients know that, yes, I'm serious about being a flight instructor. We call it the student motivational tool.
So now this year, you're not representing GA News. You've left their employed, but you've been seen in Women in Aviation.
Women in Aviation since
GA
2005, News. GA News till 2015, and for the last 2 years at Flying Magazine.
Flying Magazine, Sun and Fun sponsor, Flying Magazine. We thank you guys very much. Make sure you tell your boss. We greatly appreciate being a sponsor here. And what are you doing here for Flying Magazine?
Well, right now I'm looking for stories, looking for interesting people that'll make good stories. I'm testing out some products. I got to see the Bose A30, which I had a chance to test fly a while ago. Highly recommend.
Yeah, they were here yesterday.
Which was announced
sweet
at Sun and Fun. What an honor.
Oh, wow. Yeah. And
very rarely do you see pilots drool. They have napkins on the Bose display, and they are often handing them to pilots going, wipe the chin, wipe the chin.
I actually said that if Woman in Headset could have married, I would have proposed on the spot without introductions or references. That's how much I like that headset.
Yeah, great product. So Flying is here. Now, where is your display here on the field?
We're down by the Alpha hangar.
Okay.
Or Bravo hangar. Down there. Yeah, we got a big sign on the building. Can't miss it. It's right over by the food court. So on your way to get the munchies, stop in, say hi.
Okay.
And in case you are totally new.
Tell them you heard them on Sun and Fun Radio, please.
And never thought about flying until you saw a plane go over. Flying Magazine is the place to go because in addition to having Flying Magazine, they have training flying, right? Tell us more.
We do everything. Yes, I am one of the instructors on staff. I'm coming up on July 23rd at 4:48 in the afternoon. It will be 20 years for me as a flight instructor.
Congratulations.
And I remember it because it was like giving birth. I'm never going to forget that. It was a festive check ride.
So it only took you 9 months to become a CFI.
Oh, I wish that was the
fast.
case. I wish that was the case, yes. But no, I'm coming up on 6,000 hours dual given.
Wow.
And that's the number that I'm the proudest of, not my total time, any of that stuff. Because for me, it's all about creating safe, competent pilots, and they, in turn, can create safe, competent pilots. My favorite one to do is the flight instructor certificate, because if I train them up they'll train other people up well. I have a great many airport sons and daughters out there in the world, in every branch of the military. Some are at the majors now. A couple of ones I knew when they were little boys. They're now grown men and about to go off to the airlines.
That's marvelous. I didn't know that backstory about
you.
You've always been the writer, the magazine, the interviewer, and it is delightful, and you survived. I mean, no broken bones. Crashes,
Oh, no, God, no. Many broken bones, but no.
Excitement on those 6,000 hours of dual time?
Yes, the day of my multi-engine check ride, multi-engine instructor, I tripped over a
Hello, this is Russ Rosleski from the Stuck Mic Avcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
The destination mountain community of Mountain Air embraces the timeless appeal of the surrounding Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina. It's an inviting, year-round lifestyle designed for today's families, a lifestyle that is both new and familiar. We invite you to experience it for yourself, where the higher altitude offers a cool respite from the summer heat. Take in the view, breathe deeply, embark on adventures, and discover the magic that is mountain air.
A big shout out to Aircraft Spruce and Specialty for their continued support as the hosting sponsor for the Hangar B exhibit hall. The Aircraft Spruce team is here to provide friendly service and help place orders for all your aircraft parts and supply needs. For over 57 years, customers around the world have counted on Aircraft Spruce to keep them flying. They invite you to stop by the Aircraft Spruce booth in Hangar B or visit them online at aircraftspruce.com.
Sun and Fun visitors can attend any of our educational forums at no charge. The Sun and Fun educational forums will be held on the event grounds at the Central Florida Aerospace Academy that houses 11 classrooms, each with a different forum every hour. Over the course of the week, you will have a choice of over 250 forums with topics ranging from international flying to sheet metal construction to how to buy your own aircraft. You will find everything you need to dust off the wings and polish up your skills and ratings. You can check out the Sun and Fun program or www.flysnf.org for a forum list and schedule.
Veterans Florida helps military veterans transition to civilian life. Florida works hard to be the nation's most veteran-friendly state by providing powerful tools to take advantage of Sunshine State benefits. We connect veterans with employers eager to hire veterans in jobs using their particular military skills. We assist veterans in creating a winning resume and preparing for job interviews. Employers receive veteran recruiting assistance and may apply for our workforce training grant.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Textron Aviation. If you like trivia, you can put your Cessna and Beechcraft knowledge to the test. Tell us the year any of our display aircraft were certified and you'll receive a special edition giveaway. Only at the Textron Aviation booth east of the FAA building while supplies last.
Aeroshell has one of the most comprehensive and proven ranges of aviation lubricant products. This includes aircraft piston engine oils, jet engine oils, greases, and hydraulic fluids. We combine this with what is among the best technical support in the industry. Our Aeroshell brand has been trusted for generations for use in aviation throughout the world. We are located in Hangar C, and we look forward to seeing you soon. For over 100 years, TECO has been powering West Central Florida. Over 800,000 customers in Hillsborough County and parts of Polk, Pasco, and Pinellas counties depend on TECO. As Florida's current top producer of solar energy per customer, TECO is expanding its solar power generation to be about 14% of its energy generation, enough to supply more than 200,000 homes. TECO, keeping the lights on now and in the future.
Sun and Fun offers many services for our handicapped guests. Handicap parking is available near the registration building. Please let the parking attendant know so they can wave you onto the lot. We have a golf cart that will shuttle people from the handicap parking lot to the ticketing window or the scooter rental. You can bring your own wheelchair or scooter, or we have them available for rent on a daily basis near main registration. Please visit the Handicap Services office located on the west side of the admissions building in the Main Gate Plaza, or go to flysnf.org for more information.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
morning, Sun and Fun. Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 a.m. And on the web at liveatc.net/SNF is on the air live. Welcome to Chats from the Deck Live, the 2023 version. Coming to you live from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. I am Dave Shellbitter. I am the volunteer chairman of the station. Been doing this thing now 29 years. Sun and Fun Radio has been on the air. We are so glad everybody's here this morning and coming out listening to us, coming to Sun and Fun. I came in this morning. People are lining up in the parking lots. Things are going well. I'm going to go right into it and introduce my co-hosts on the air this morning. Mr. Jack Mason. Good morning, Jack.
Good morning, Sun and Fun. Good morning, Dave. We've got, sounds like Aeroshell in the background, so you can't be here without the beautiful noise of an airplane, a radial engine behind you. So welcome to day number 3 as we celebrate this beautiful 49th annual Sun and Fun Expo.
It's a great, great day here, and I'm in my usual shorts and chinos, and I was thinking that was a little ambitious. But
Dave,
I'm sure
let's go one step further. Tell us briefly about this hat. This hat is well decorated with many years of volunteer pins. So quick background on that.
Way back when, before Sun and Fun Radio existed, I was a media center volunteer, and we talked about all the different areas having hats. And at the time, I wore a Panama Jack. And I laughed jokingly in the meeting, said, I'll wear any hat we want as long as we choose Panama Jacks. And the radio volunteers said, yeah, we like these hats. Wide brims, sun protection, we like them. So for a short time, the media center adopted Panama Jack as the hat. But they were beige, the light-colored hats. When they gave me the radio station, people were teasing me that I went to the dark side and I left media, so I got a black Panama Jack, and I had a pin on it, and people were like, "Oh, here, let me get you a pin for your hat." Well, this is 29 years worth of gifted pins, and there's only 2 pins on this hat that I purchased myself. Every other pin on this hat has been gifted to me by a radio fan, supporter, or guest.
Well, you wear it very well.
Oh, thank you. And then
absolutely.
And people ask me, there are people in the real world that won't recognize me with the hat on. Most of the people at Sun and Fun don't recognize me without the hat. So I have a cobalt blue glass mannequin head in a display cabinet at home. Well, I had, because we've just recently moved and the head is still packed. But I have a glass display cabinet that the hat, for 51 weeks out of the year, the hat sits in the glass display cabinet. This is the only time I wear a hat here at Sun and Fun. I don't wear a hat the rest of the year round. But like I said, there are people that wouldn't know me without the hat. Gonna go right in. Next guest up here, not guest, hostess with the mostest, Robin Lamar from Ventura, California. Good morning, Robin. How are you?
I am awesome.
Cool. Now you used to be you're now enjoying retired life out there in California, but you were a aircraft mechanic. You're retired
for United Airlines at LAX.
At LAX. Wow, that's a big airport.
So you had a very boring life.
I took my airplane out here to come to Sun and Fun. I took United standby, of course.
But you didn't come directly to Sun and Fun. You flew in to
Fort Myers, and then got a flight with one of our fabulous Sling airplanes.
LSA high wing out of Africa. Or,
yes, out of Africa, home built by a woman who is only a JetBlue pilot in command. And it's now in competition for the awards.
Great. And speaking of JetBlue, JetBlue captain, training captain, line check guy, and chief floor sweeper, Carl Valeri. Good morning, Carl.
Chief floor sweeper is more like it. Hey, good morning. It is a chilly morning. When I got up here, it was 59 degrees, and I had my puffy coat on.
Wow. I came, like I said, I came out in my shorts and chinos. That was a little ambitious. We have a drape here to keep the sun from cooking us on the deck. I'm really wanting to open the drapes and let the sun warm me up. Now, as we've been doing, a tradition for years is to have Eric Crump as our very first interview of the year. He's always been really, really busy with other things like Polk State flight program and stuff. So now that Eric is the grand poobah of ACE.
Definitely getting that put on my business card.
Grand poobah. He's actually our guest every morning. And this is actually a Beauty and the Beast radio show this morning because Eric is here with somebody who I will not name the association, but we have Miss Jenny Lynn Crump with us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
And for those of you that follow ACE and Sun and Fun and everybody else on Facebook, when you hear about story time. We have story time now at ACE and at the Aerospace Center and the Florida Air Museum. Tell me about story time.
Well, Storytime is actually the best program at ACE.
No competition. There's no competition or anything.
Hey, no bias.
We're going to talk about this once the radio interview is over.
Yeah, it's the best thing they've got going. It's a story time kind of targeted towards preschool, the 2 to 5 age, but we have babies there. Little ones who are just learning to walk, and then we've got a couple of older kids that come too, and it is the most fun you will have all week.
I've watched your live on Facebook, and it looks like you guys are having fun. I mean, it just and what is the purpose of story time?
So we wanted, kind of the mission of ACE is cradle to cockpit.
Okay.
So we do a
I
lot
like that.
with the high school students and middle school, but we got to get to the babies, and I happen to like babies. I don't want any more babies. I don't like raising them myself, but I do.
Amen. Hallelujah.
They're cute to be around, aren't
Yes.
they? They're excellent decorations in your environment, right?
They are so much fun.
I prefer OPC, other people's children.
Absolutely, and we've
Give
had
them
some
back.
this week.
Yeah,
here on the station.
They're so much fun, and especially at that age, and so we said, hey, let's come in and do some stuff, and it's really amazing what these kids pick up. I mean, I do have a 2-year-old at home, and he can tell you all about gravity, just from the songs that we sing at story time. And so,
that's cool.
Could you give us a few bars of the Gravity song?
Hey, Eric, you know it, right?
No, so
singing.
right before Thanksgiving, she told me the morning of, she's like, I want you to come up and do the turkey dance with me during story time. And I said, okay, so first of all, I don't dance. And second of all, I definitely don't dance on the internet for 700 people. But
it's the turkey.
But she compelled upon me there. So I'm just telling you, go on the FAM Facebook page and go find that video of Eric doing the turkey. It was the turkey strut. It was the turkey strut. She made me do it. I did it. But honestly, the cool thing about this is how excited the kids are. The first one, I would have been thrilled if 10 kids showed up, and 60 kids were there the first day, and we run, between 60 and 80, depending on, what people are doing. But then we usually have 600 to 700 people streaming online, which is insane. It just tells me there are people out there who want to consume that content, who are interested in aviation, but they need that content. So I'm proud of her, obviously. I mean, not that I have to be, but I have to be because she does a great job. But I'm so glad that we are reaching. We're there. There's a kid who came in the other day, little bitty tiny thing, he's 3 weeks old. I'm like, now that's what I'm talking about. I don't know that he's going to be singing the Gravity song just yet, but we gotta start early.
Well, get your kids hooked on aviation early, and they'll never have money for drugs.
That's right.
And when you need him to do something, remember the 7 magic words.
What's that?
That's okay, honey. Just go to sleep.
Oh, God. Why would you say that, Dave? Can you wait off the deck for a second? Dave and I need to have a conversation.
And right now, Eric's going, Shellbetter, I used to really like you.
This is what happens when I bring my wife to work. Oh my goodness. Hey. She does a great job, and this was one of the first projects that we started when I first got here last June, and I'm so proud of it, and I'm proud that it became a catalyst for all of this new youth education programming that we're rolling out over the next 3 months, and a huge expanded summer camp program. And I couldn't be happier about it, because I was one of those kids. A lot of us were, looked up, I love it, but how do I do that? And so we're trying to be, the evangelists as best we can and tell people aviation is for everybody, and there's a place for everybody in it. Find your place and stick with it, and we have to keep reinforcing that message over and over again.
New project.
We do. We've got 1 minute before we have to go to a break. You guys did a story time under the stars.
We did.
How did that go? I don't remember that was streamed. How'd that go over?
It's awesome. We've done 2, and actually we just did 1, and it was so popular and requested that we do another. So we did another because we live in Florida. We are going to plan to do some more next year, but we have to wait for people not to die of heat exhaustion out there.
True. And in the cooler weather, the sun sets earlier, so you're not keeping the kids up till 9 o'clock to read a story in the dark.
Yeah, but it's
okay.
cool.
Eric Crump, What is your title again?
No, I'm going to go with
Director?
Grand Poobah. I mean, that
Okay,
was pretty
Grand
good.
Poobah.
No, I'm the executive director of the Aerospace Center for Excellence.
And Jenny Lynn Crump of Sun Fun, the Aerospace Center for Excellence's Story Time. Follow
Maestro.
on Facebook,
Story
like them.
Time Maestro.
Website, Eric?
aceedu.org, and on socials all over the place.
All right. We appreciate you guys being here. We are going to go to break, and we will be back with a little bit more learning. We're going to talk to an author.
It's more important than ever to quit smoking. Tobacco-Free Florida, sponsor of the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, offers tools and services that are free and proven to help you quit. Quit smoking on your own terms with its Quit Your Way program. Quit Your Way offers phone, web, and group quit services to Floridians in every county, regardless of insurance status. Free nicotine replacement therapy, like the patch or gum, are also available. More information is available at tobaccofreeflorida.com.
CQ, 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 radio, electronics, and avionics fans. The pilots of the Lakeland Amateur Radio Club are running a special event demonstration radio station next to the Florida Air Museum gift shop. They are ready to share with you the excitement of amateur radio, and if you're a licensed operator, you can be on the air. As you walk from the food court to the museum, you'll see the big antennas on your left. 73 from Whiskey 4 Sierra.
Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Flying Eyes sunglasses and prescription eyewear are designed by pilots with comfort and functionality in mind. The temples are millimeter thin and flexible for headset compatibility with shatterproof, non-polarized lenses that offer a clear view of your instrument panel. Experience the comfort and clarity you deserve with Flying Eyes, available at booth NE40 or online at flyingeyesoptics.com.
Get your hands dirty and learn new skills by coming to the Sun and Fun workshops. All the workshops are staffed by experienced instructors who are dedicated to home builder education. Many are builders themselves and eager to share their experience with others. Whether you're interested in wood, metal, fabric, or composite airplanes, or learning about electrical systems, welding, engines, or safety wiring, we have all this and more. These workshops are held daily from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and are free for the cost of admission. For more information and a complete listing, you can go to flysnf.org.
Hello, aviators. We have a message from pilot Jim G. You are cleared to land on your own private runway. Beautiful Leavitt Airport NH-38 is now for sale. This 53-acre property includes a 3-bedroom home, large aircraft hangar with workshop, a 4-car garage, and your very own 1,900-foot FAA-registered private runway. All on a picturesque hillside with sweeping mountain and valley views in New Hampshire's scenic White Mountains. Photos, specifications, and more information are all available at nh38.com. That's right, nh38.com.
Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of quality avionics from name brand manufacturers to keep pilots, aircraft owners, and operators flying. With a comprehensive inventory and its helpful and knowledgeable avionics experts, you're sure to find everything you need in avionics, ADS-B solutions, instruments, headsets, pilot supplies, panel design, avionics repair, and more. And their lowest price guarantee means you'll never overpay. You can visit Gulf Coast Avionics in Hangar Delta or on the web at gulfcoastavionics.com.
Aeroshell has one of the most comprehensive and proven ranges of aviation lubricant products. This includes aircraft piston engine oils, jet engine oils, greases, and hydraulic fluids. We combine this with what is among the best technical support in the industry. Our Aeroshell brand has been trusted for generations for use in aviation throughout the world. We are located in Hangar C, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor Honda Generators, the official generator of Sun and Fun. You can visit the Honda display directly across from Sunset Grill and register to win a Honda EU 2200i generator. Or you can scan the QR code on one of the Honda Generator banners throughout the Sun and Fun grounds. You can also visit HondaJet on the east side of Runway 5 near Taxiway Echo to see the latest innovations in aviation. More information is available at powerequipment.honda.com.
Every day from 10:30 a.m. until noon here at Sun and Fun, we have a great opportunity for manufacturers and individuals to exhibit their aircraft in action in the flyby pattern at Show Center. Each aircraft or group of aircraft has exclusive use of the flyby pattern for 6 minutes while a representative extols its virtues over the PA system. These free showcase flybys are one of our most popular attractions and are a great opportunity to show off your aircraft. Please visit flysnf.org to register and for more information.
Higher Power Hydraulic Doors is a family-owned and operated business with over 30 years construction experience. They are the premier hangar door manufacturer on the market today because of their proprietary design. While traditional hangar doors put additional stress on the building, our hangar doors are engineered to eliminate this significant and expensive problem. Stop by to see us at booths 22 and 23 in Hangar A. Visit the Bahamas' vibrant and immersive booth at Hangar D, booths 20 and 21, to see how easy it is to fly to the islands of the Bahamas. Representatives from tourism, customs, and civil aviation are available, making the Bahamas booth your one-stop shop for planning your next fly-in to the 16 islands of the Bahamas.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. You know, the intro to the Back to the Deck said, presented by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We cannot thank FLYGRB.com enough for being a radio sponsor. They are our radio sponsor. They have been for the last few years. They're coming back again. Thank you so much, Green Bay Austin Straubel, and I hope you're realizing the value in what they're doing.
They have some coveted chairs outside of the radio station for the grand viewing area for the live air show later on. So
That's right.
We've seen people standing in line just to get that seat before the air show starts.
And all you have to do to pay rent is scan the little QR code and enter their contest.
Yep.
Now, Jenny Lynn was talking about doing some different stuff when we were on before with the lovely Jenny Lynn Crump, Eric's wife, the Beauty and the Beast, the beauty portion of the Beauty and the Beast team. And she was talking about Author's Corners, our Author's Corner, and presenting, and that's one of the things we do here. We actually have an author on deck, Mr. Keith Young. I want to welcome. You weren't here when I was doing intros. Welcome to the deck, Kevin Streeter.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Doing great.
Very well.
Good.
Kevin
Glad to be
of
back.
The Let's Talk Flying podcast fame. So, Kevin, you prepped with our guest.
I did.
I've got to play chairman. I'm going to let you and Jack take this interview. Keith, welcome.
Thank you.
I'll be back in a bit.
Awesome. Yeah, we have Keith Young here. He's got a pretty awesome book. Him and I were chatting a little bit ago. It's Expect Turbulence, My Real Life Experience Learning to Fly. This is going to be a good book, good read. Keith, why don't you go ahead and take it? Explain your book a little bit for us.
Sure. So when I was 29 years old, I was diagnosed with having kidney issues. I ended up having to go on dialysis. I was on dialysis for 5 years the first time. I received a kidney transplant. That lasted for 10 years. I then went on dialysis again, received a second kidney transplant after 3.5 years. And then I decided, as I was looking at turning age 50, that I wanted to get my pilot's license. I was a lifelong aviation enthusiast, and I thought that that would never be possible for me with my health issues. But I learned about the sport pilot certificate and thought I would start pursuing that, and so I began that in 2013.
Yeah, definitely. I know, like, when it comes to medical stuff, that's a big breaker for a lot of people in being able to fly. So, yeah, with that, you'd be able to do the sport pilot, and that's all you really need for that is just a driver's license. But you got your private pilot.
Well, I did.
So I know, was that with you and I were chatting about it, and is that with the basic med, right?
Yeah, so eventually I was able to get a special issuance, and then I was able to go on and get my basic med. But the title of my book is Expect Turbulence, and I figured that the hardest part that I was going to have was going through and getting all of my medical stuff squared away. But that was a piece of cake.
Yeah. You and I were chatting a little bit ago about, and I can relate to this because I've been flying since I was 14, and it's been the money roller coaster along with a lot of other things, is the struggles that pilots have. You and I were chatting. You said it was four flight instructors, roughly about 6 different airplanes, 3 flight schools, 4 airports, and then a little over 6 years to get that license done. And that is the whole turbulence portion of your book. Is that correct?
Well, it is. I had... of the 6 airplanes, 5 of them basically disappeared. 2 of them had engine issues, not while they were flying. 3 of them two other ones went away because of a problem between the flight school and the owner of the aircraft. They were leased back, and he got mad and took his airplanes and went home. One of them, I was going through some personal stuff, and when I almost burned the airplane down because of the problem that I was having with the engine heater, I took a break, and then I went back to airplane number 6. So it's all the little things that interfere in your life that flight schools don't talk about. Things like, money's an easy one, but health issues, family issues, career issues, all of those things impact trying to get your pilot's license, and they have an impact on your life, and so that's where the book came from. I was talking with my spouse, and she said that after airplane number 4 got taken offline, that you should write this down. And I thought it was going to be just sort of a article for a magazine. Turned out to be a 300+ page book.
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna. But you are so not alone. I mean, there are several forums here dealing with, am I too old to start learning to fly? And the medical problems are something that needs to be addressed. Many people are stuck in a previous time where if you had high blood pressure, you didn't think you were going to get a student permit. Tell us how you address some of that.
So I started out going for my sport pilot certificate, but the problems that I ran into with that was the availability of airplanes. There just weren't a lot around. So trying to find training in a LSA to be able to do that just became problematic.
Yeah, that was a big thing because LSA was so new, and to meet those requirements, the airplane couldn't be any more than X number of horsepower and so weight and so on and so forth. So it was really hard to meet those requirements for that. But now it's becoming quite a bit more popular. So those things, like I know the flight school I taught at, we had 2 or 3 light sport airplanes. So it'd be, it's definitely becoming more popular, but, easier to find those. And then those light sport airplanes, you can still do a private pilot license, which is really nice too. But when you first started, it wasn't readily available.
That's correct.
It's a lot more difficult. And that's another thing too. Like, you made a really good point when you talk about the things the flight school doesn't tell you. The biggest question I got as a flight instructor when I was teaching, coming to school, how long is it going to take me? How fast can we get this done?
Mm-hmm.
Because people are on a budget. That's what it is. I know you and I chatted about, you were told it was going to be 18 months, roughly $6,000. Let's knock this out, right? That's a good baseline to start, but it's really, there's very few that can actually do it in that amount of time. But again, it's one of those hidden things that are not talked about a lot. So I said it really falls on you as the student is going to be, first of all, make sure you can get a medical, because then, if we can't do that, then we can just separate our ways now because we really can't do anything with it. 2, it's broken down, your knowledge base and your flying base. So the knowledge base, that's on you. I'm just checking your knowledge. So that's going to be at home, and then, being consistent in your flying and stuff like that. So that's where the money starts building up is, okay, I need to fly 2 times a week or 3 times a week. But if I only fly once a week, I'm going to actually spend more money because I have to fly with my instructor more because we're going to have to knock off this rust. In the minute that we have left, where do I find your book?
So the I am signing books in the lobby area of the museum. I'm doing that at noontime today, noontime tomorrow, and noontime on Saturday. I'm giving forms today at 11.
Room
tomorrow
number?
at 11. I don't know the room number, but it's over at the school. I'm in the schedule.
Today and tomorrow at 11.
And then I'm doing the Author's Corner on Saturday. And also my book's available on Amazon.
Now, Keith, I don't know if we've got you slotted to come back on the deck later on, but currently in life, what are you doing?
So currently I am working at the Massachusetts Air and Space Museum, and yes, I will be back on the deck at 10 a.m.
Great.
Awesome.
Again, you said that was available in both hard, soft, and digital download on Amazon.
That is correct.
Okay, awesome.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba from Health Quest Radio Chicago. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio at WPEP, that's 1510 on your AM dial. You can catch us live and online at liveatc.net/SNF. So stay with us. More coming right up.
AOPA is eager to get the airshow season started and get back out there and mingle. Along with Sun and Fun and AirVenture, AOPA will be hosting a new kind of regional events in 2022 with a more casual and laid-back feel. These events will offer educational seminars, aviation displays, and aerial entertainment at a local airport near you. Stay tuned for locations and dates to be announced soon. You can visit AOPA.org and stop by the AOPA tent at Sun and Fun and find out more about how AOPA continues to work hard and to protect and promote general aviation for you.
Every afternoon, Tuesday through Sunday, Sun and Fun is proud to present the Daily Air Show, brought to you by Shell and AOPA. You can join us at the flight line for exciting air show performances with highly skilled pilots flying all types of aircraft. The Daily Air Show lineup includes a variety of aircraft such as ultralight paramotors, gliders, World War II fighter planes, modern aerobatic and race planes, as well as military fighter jets. The displays of masterful flying will delight the crowd every afternoon all week long.
Aeroshell has one of the most comprehensive and proven ranges of aviation lubricant products. This includes aircraft piston engine oils, jet engine oils, greases, and hydraulic fluids. We combine this with what is among the best technical support in the industry. Our Aeroshell brand has been trusted for generations for use in aviation throughout the world. We are located in Hangar C, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Enjoying all the aircraft is one of the leading reasons people come to Sun and Fun, and we are pleased to open Flightline access to all of our guests. However, please help protect people and aircraft by following a few simple rules. Warning: aircraft in motion have spinning propellers that are very dangerous and hard to see. Please avoid all moving aircraft. Do not touch aircraft without the owner's permission. Always be aware of belt buckles, cameras, and other hard objects that could scratch or dent the airplane. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time this year.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor LiveATC.net, the worldwide leader in live rebroadcasting and recording of ATC radio communications. You can listen to aviation radio on any device, from the busiest airline hubs to your small local airport. It's aviation in action at LiveATC.net. You can even volunteer to be a part of this unique network, helping to bring new airports and frequencies online. LiveATC's pre-configured compact receiver systems make it easy to add your local airport. You can follow them on Twitter at LiveATC or like them on Facebook. LiveATC.net, live air traffic from their headsets to you.
I'm News Channel 8's Keith Cate. Every day, a lot of news happens in the Bay Area, and where you choose to get your information matters. There's only one news operation in Tampa Bay that is always on your side, looking out for you, making sure your voice is heard, and uncovering the truth. News Channel 8. We're in your neighborhood and at your call, investigating and reporting on the stories that impact you and your family. Trust the station that is always on your side.
Pilots trust Phillips 66 lubricants to keep engines running smoothly, and this week you can trust them to put the fun in Sun and Fun as it proudly sponsors every takeoff and touchdown. Visit the Phillips 66 Pilot Welcome Center and booth N30 to learn about our aviation products and get some cool giveaways. And if you need proven engine protection for the flight home, you can buy Phillips 66 Aviation Oil at a special price all week long. Phillips 66 Lubricants, keeping the world running smoothly. Do you like light sport airplanes? Do you enjoy building aircraft or thinking about wanting to build one? Well, Zenith Aircraft has a kit for you. They have an aircraft that can fit your light sport needs and budget. Zenith Aircraft have multiple engine options along with many different kits including STOL that you can choose from depending on your personal needs. Zenith Aircraft have been manufacturing and marketing aircraft kits from its modern production facility located in the United States and continue to bring you top-notch aircraft kits with over 2,000 kits sold since 1974. With a wide array of customers across the United States and from around the world, Zenith Aircraft is the leading manufacturer of light sport aircraft kits with a proven commitment to builders and owners. You can visit Zenith Aircraft to get more information on these amazing kits at booth MD26B.
Veterans Florida Entrepreneur Program provides all the knowledge to successfully launch and operate a business. As soon as their business is up and running, we keep them connected with mentors and resources. Our mission can be summed up in our theme: your pursuit, our power. We recognize military veterans are incredibly focused and will succeed in achieving their goals. We provide the tools and resources for success.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. Sun and Fun Radio, again, is sponsored by Green Bay Austin Straubel Airport. We cannot thank them enough. You got a chance, go to FLYGRB.com. Tell them, hey, thanks for sponsoring the radio station. Pilots love their headsets, their charts, everything else, their Jepson E3s, but you got to have a place to put it. Our next guest is with My Go Flight. I met him for the very first time last night when we were trying to get him somewhere. I'm not the one ready to do this interview, but Randy, Carl, and Kevin are. Take it away, guys.
Hi, good morning, Nick.
Good morning. I'm really excited to be here. I didn't know we'd have such handsome people here on radio.
And a handsome bag. Boy, I tell you, Nick, your products. We were thinking maybe we'll just stand here and talk about your products,
Yeah,
but because we all use them.
Well, I appreciate that. It's terrific. You know, we have such a support crew that helps us with this. My business partners are fantastic. Tracy Schneider, Brian Domerick, Jazz LaRue. Those people make it work, and we work as a team, and we travel out here 1,500 miles to make sure that you have the products that you need to keep your iPads and cases and accessories that you carry for aviation safe and secure.
And mygoflight.com is what you should be looking at right now if you're listening to us on the radio. And you're also here on campus at Sun and Fun. Where are you here today?
We are in Charlie Hangar 51. You'll see a big yellow booth. It says My Go Flight on it, and you'll see two sides, actually, of the aisle.
So My Go Flight, there's a lot of engineering that goes into these products, and boy, I tell you, they're terrific. They're stylish and also very sturdy, and that's something important for all of us as pilots. Tell us why you feel you're different than the other products out there.
Most people say we're different because we're a premium price. but it comes with, you get what you pay for. And we spend a lot of time on design, the ergonomics of it. We like to have things not really like a bucket, like a backpack, but more of a structured place to put everything in place so you don't have to go looking for something. For example, we have mesh pockets. Those mesh pockets allow you to simply look at the pocket without having to open it up and remember what you put in there.
Mesh pockets are the best.
They
are. They really
just
are.
Make packing up simple, easy. We have spots for all the important paperwork, your passport, your keys. A super easy handle to, so it doesn't cut into your hand. We have a top load feature which allows you to stand, or if you're sitting in the plane, you can reach directly down into it to grab a piece of equipment. And I know we sell a lot of these into just for regular traveling people. And when you put it underneath your feet in front of you, you can grab everything you need for that flight. And so it's very, very convenient. And I encourage you to come over to C51, see My Go Flight, try it out, touch it as an accompanying piece of luggage, and then you can take all of your mounts, put them into it, pack it your way. We have a spot for that. And you can come over and say, hey, is this the right choice for me?
You know, Kevin, I know it can store lots of stuff, and even for kids.
Yes, it can definitely store kids. I had the PLC, the lights. Then when I went to the airlines, I had to get something a little different, to kind of accommodate the different things. So, but yeah, it's a phenomenal bag. The craftsmanship, it's just rugged. It can withstand it. It's a great bag.
The other thing too that they make, and nice. There's a really, and I think this is an innovative product. I really want to hear more about it. A lot of times I get my airplane and I can't use my iPad anymore after about an hour for some reason. It overheats. Especially when I put it on the dash, but I don't do that. But I've stopped doing that after it overheated too much. But do you have a product that actually looks very innovative and it's rugged? Tell us a little bit about that iPad holder.
Yes, it's called our Sport Cool Case, and we have it for the Pro 11s and the iPad Mini 6. We're limited to that because those two products that Apple created are able to push power out of the device. So now you don't have that need to carry backup batteries and 6 batteries anyway to run 3 or 4 fans. We have a very powerful single It's called a blower. It's not really a fan. And that blower pushes on the back of the case or back of the iPad when you marry the two pieces, the cool case and the iPad. That blower blows that air in a very specific way, and we had to figure out how to do that to make sure that when you're in direct sun, like we were coming from LA to Las Vegas early morning, right into the sun. Well, the back of my iPad was fine, but as soon as we landed in Vegas, we're taking some radio calls, and I realized, the sun is directly on the face. Well, that only takes about 6 or 8 minutes, and then Apple doesn't give a warning. I wish they did, but it just shuts off.
Yeah,
and not a
worst.
really good time. So this cool case will keep it cool for anywhere from 3.5 to 5 hours. Typically, my bladder doesn't last more than 3. So we're going to get down anyway. You can come right off of ship's power, or you can use the iPad battery to power the fan.
What kind of weight are we looking at?
You're about 1.25 pounds.
Is it something I could use outside the cockpit also? Like another?
Absolutely. It's the first time we've ever been able. We spent time at the pool, my wife and I, and it was the first time when we developed this that I could actually read my books at poolside. Because previous to having a cool case, it would just shut off, and I just stopped bringing it. And so it improves my capability to now bring, some leisurely reading.
So when we're on those overnights at the hotel, I can actually sit by the pool and have my iPad next to me and make sure it's cool in flight too. I like this.
Yeah. And what also, we try to give you a lot of versatility. Not only is it a mountable case, this cool case, it's also a knee board. So if you get into someone else's plane, hey, please don't put the suction cup on my glass. That's fine. We have a leg strap.
Yeah.
Just put it on as a regular.
You guys have a great product that it's interchangeable between the suction cup mounts, the knee pads, everything like that. It's pretty nice.
Mounts, you mentioned. What kind of mounts do you have?
Oh, about 85. But yes, so our most common mounts, there's really our two primary mounts are the flex suction, which is basically an articulating arm made out of aluminum, and it attaches to a very high-grade suction cup, which is approved by FAA to use in aircraft. The second piece is called a yoke mount, which of course we know what a yoke is, and we have the horns there that right in the middle. That's where most people want their iPad to be, is kind of in their line of sight, and so that clamps right onto the control arm, comes up and over, and then seats the iPad in between the horns for easy viewing.
One of the concerns a lot of people have with products, bags, and mounts, et cetera, is service. I mean, things happen. They break or whatever. How about service? How do I go and get service on these
It's
devices?
easy. You can go onto our website. Of course, contact us there. My email's on the website. My cell phone, almost always I give it to a customer that anybody who asks. It's important. Aviators have a different mission. In fact, we had a problem with a bag. The guy told me, hey, I just put duct tape around my Go flight, and I'm in Singapore. What can we do? And I said, well, why don't we just overnight you a bag? And that's the level of service that someone way far away that's an aviator will get from my Go flight. So we have plenty of ways to get in touch with people. Great warranties. Great warranties.
Now, if I want to check out the bags, where do I go?
You can come here at Sun and Fun. Charlie 51 is our booth number in Sea Hangar. Otherwise, you can look on our website. You'll find almost 60 retailers around the world where they carry most of our product line. And so when you're out and about, we encourage you to go by, because when you touch it, what I like to hear is when people go, wow.
Yeah.
My favorite.
Yeah. My Go Flight, mygoflight.com. I tell you, one of the things I really like about My Go Flight is they're constantly making it better.
They are.
And innovating consistently. How do you do that?
It's scheduled and it's hard. We have a yearly schedule where we're looking to refresh different components. Also, we're forced by the market. If Apple changes something, we need to be responding. And they sometimes just change an iPad by 2 or 3 millimeters. It costs me, a lot of money to get that built for a new one.
Terrific. And mygoflight.com, mygoflight.com. We're going to have a guest coming up here next. I'd like to have you hang around for just one more minute, and we're going to have our update from the FAA on the weather. And this is actually a great segue, because this allows us to keep our iPads up so that we can integrate into our weather briefing.
Yeah, definitely.
But MyGoFlight, Nick, this is awesome having you on here, and
Thank you.
I really appreciate everything you've done, especially in aviation, especially the fact you're bringing us a product that works.
Thank you very, very
every single year it's something new, which is so exciting. So don't forget, if you don't see them here, go out to your local retailer, look at them online, mygoflight.com, and also check them out at their booth number
C51, and I'd like to do a happy birthday to my son, Bo. It's his birthday today.
Awesome,
Happy
Bo.
birthday, Bo.
Happy birthday, Bo.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks again, Nick. Coming
And
up
then-
next, we're going to have our live updates from the FAA. Frankie Velasquez. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, good morning.
I
was eyeing the backpack, too.
Yeah, it's a
Nice
cool-looking
backpack,
backpack,
I'm
isn't
so
it?
excited. I'm like, how do I get one of those?
Hey, Carl, can you quickly? I know my little's listening at home, and
yeah.
I know she doesn't have a lot of time. I want to say a big shout out to Olivia in Traverse City, Michigan. I know
Happy
she wanted to
birthday.
come down with me, but I knew it would be a struggle for her this week. So just say hello to her there, because I know she's listening today.
So we got happy birthday shout out and a shout out to the little
definitely.
one. That's awesome. We actually here at Sun and Fun Radio have been blessed with some wonderful weather, and that's due to our friend here, Frankie, who's been bringing us the great weather every morning. I'm giving you a lot of credit today, am I
Thank
not?
you. It's the ears,
It is the
remember.
ears. I love the ears. Little yellow ears for those that can't see on radio. And by the way, before we get started, if you want to check out the FAA, they have a really cool exhibit. That's Wright Show Center, 2-story building at the top. Folks are real friendly over there, and there's a lot of things that you can learn about weather.
Yes, and it's pretty cool. We have a flight simulator and also some virtual reality with some rooms to learn about dynamic weather, how the clouds actually look like in 3D rather than just in a picture in a book. And, yeah, we are pretty friendly. We don't bite anyone.
No, not at all. Well, I got my jacket out this morning, my puffy jacket. Why was that?
Well, that high pressure came through, cleared out the clouds. You got a little bit of more of a breeze and a little bit cooler temperatures and less humidity today.
Cool. So
Which
for
is
those
good.
folks flying in or flying out this afternoon, let's go for our weather brief.
All right,
Yeah.
so mostly sunny skies today. A little bit of scattered clouds around 4,000 and 25,000 feet. Our winds are going to be mostly from the east-northeast at about 9 knots. Excuse me, with some gusts at about 14 or so, hitting a little bit later this afternoon. So it's going to remain pretty close to what it is today. Like I said, a little bit warmer today. The temperature's around mid-80s this afternoon. But for those, there's no air show tonight, but for everybody in the grounds camping, it's going to be a little bit cooler in the 60s tonight.
Looks like I need my sweatshirt tonight.
Yes, yes. And even though there's no show, I was ready for you today, and the sunset is at 7:44. So after that,
All right.
you'll know
7:40.
that you need that
Awesome.
sweatshirt.
Well, and while there's no air show, it's not weather except that it was cold last night.
Yes, and it's going to be chilly again.
And there are bands and music and people dancing and the margarita traveling lady. But winds?
Yes, it's going to remain breezy like this again today. I would say 9 knots about, and some gusty this afternoon about 14. But not too terrible. Very similar to yesterday. And the clear skies, that's the best part.
Absolutely. Driving in was wonderful this morning without that fog. Remember the other day? Wow, there was a ton of fog.
That was my
And-
next question. Fog morning tomorrow?
No more of that now.
Yeah, none of that anymore. That's for
No,
sure.
we should be in pretty good shape for the rest of the week and for the rest of the air show. So I'm pretty excited about that.
Absolutely. We just got another 2 minutes till our next guest comes on deck here. We're going to have them come on as a hot swap here. Tell us a little bit about the programs over there, if you're done with your briefing, I should say, about what they can see over at the FAA and throughout the day, what you guys are doing.
So today we don't have any forums, but we do have our folks for the weather technology in the cockpit. They have, as I said earlier, the simulator for the Cessna and using a G1000, so the kids and the adults get to play around with that. Also some virtual reality. They can learn about the clouds, and those folks can tell you all about the research that we're doing. Also, Leidos is doing 2 safety briefings today at the Academy, one for how to use flight service and the briefing tools that we have available.
Fabulous.
As well as how to coexist with weather. those should be pretty interesting. One at 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock, respectively, at the Academy.
Awesome. Frankie, we talked yesterday about your background, and it's so important, science, technology, and it's just amazing how we have these programs out there for children to get involved. And one of the things that we have coming up is our STEM here at the FA. We have people here with FA shirts on, and when there's varied backgrounds, and they do all sorts of great things, and they're all smiling. So when people say the FA we're here to help you, that truly is very true. So
yeah, it's really true. And when it comes to the FAA, I like to remind, especially the young ones, you don't have to be a pilot or an air traffic controller. I'm a weather person. I'm a meteorologist.
Right.
We have human factors. We have engineers. We have lawyers, doctors, architects. You name it, you can do in aviation. So it's a great place to work, and there's a lot of opportunities regardless of your background.
And we really push the science, technology, engineering, and math. It's really important, and we have somebody coming on the deck right now. Thanks so much, Frankie.
Thank
for coming.
you.
And we're going to see you again tomorrow, right?
I'll see you tomorrow.
Awesome. I love the ears. Come back with the ears. We appreciate it.
Bring your yellow antenna kitties. Yes, thank you.
Awesome. And joining us on the deck is somebody who's involved with STEM. Hey, it's great to see you, Lawrence.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we're now, as far as the program that you're involved with, is the STEM program here at the FAA. So tell us a little bit about that.
So the FAA STEM education, STEM Space and Education program has been around for quite some time. We have recently revamped the program within the last few years. We have instituted a national adopted school campaign where we've adopted 16 schools across the U.S., particularly K through 4 schools, because we want to introduce students to aviation careers early and try to track them over the course of their high school career.
Why is it important to get involved with STEM if you want to go to the FAA?
Well, so STEM is just one pathway, right?
Yeah.
Engineering and math is important, but as Frankie just mentioned, I mean, I'm a English major. And so
easy for you to say.
There's a place for me here, but STEM is really a pathway into aviation, but across the aerospace pathway. My dad is a GA pilot, so I've been around this space for quite some time.
Awesome. And then also joining you on the deck here is Bradley Mims. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you this
And so I'm doing wonderful. And if I understand, you're a deputy administrator for the
I'm
FAA?
the deputy administrator.
Welcome. And you've been with the FAA for quite some time. I know that. How long have you been there now?
Back and forth.
Back and forth. That's right.
I served in different administrations during the Clinton years, and then back in with the Biden administration at senior levels. And but as we speak about this issue, this is something that I'm very committed to, in making sure that young people are aware of the things that go on and the services that the FAA provides.
And you've seen a few people come in and go.
I
at
have.
The FAA,
I
and,
have.
And there's a lot of opportunities out there. And the reason that we push STEM is that this enables people to actually increase their income, but also opens a lot of doors.
Right.
And you've seen that.
I've seen it, and the thing I'm very proud of is just watching the evolution of people who have come into the agency, especially young ladies, who have who've moved into the ranks of the agency and into senior ranks of the agency as we've moved forward.
Absolutely, like our talented Frankie that visits with us every morning.
That's right.
Absolutely. So how does someone get involved in like these STEM programs, and what do you have? What type of offerings? Is it scholarships, et cetera?
So we have a number of internship opportunities across the agency. One big program we have is the Minority Serving Institution program. We this year will be onboarding about 300 students across the U.S., some who are majoring in aviation or aeronautics, but some folks who are majoring in communications and geography and
Thank you.
name it.
That was
So-
one of my questions. So it doesn't need to be that you come to this from a junior pilot. You can come to it from, give us more. And do we find you here?
Yep. So we have a space in the FA hangar. As a matter of fact, in about an hour or so, we'll be having a Meet the FA forum. So for folks who are here and want to learn more about what we're doing across them.
Do you have HR people? Can somebody go in and say, I'm interested in a job?
Absolutely.
You do?
Yeah.
And we have hiring some people have hiring authority on the spot.
On spot.
Yep.
Go and visit the FAA building, folks.
Please. So, as we go forward, too, I want to make sure that people are understanding what the future's all about. I'm in the generation where the Jetsons prevailed on TV, and we're about to enter that phase of technology, and we need to make sure that we need vertiports, we need people who are going to be able to fly these vehicles. We can have people who would be able to service these vehicles as they go. You'll be able to take off vertically and then fly like an airplane. We're going to have people who, again, fly those airplanes, who monitor those aircraft, deal with drones, deal with other technology as it's coming forward. And you're going to see this in the next 5 to 7 years. And you
know that, which is really nice.
Well,
because the FAA honestly haven't been known for being a leader in things.
That's true. We're a little. We take our time in certifying things and doing what we're supposed to do. But that's all we're making sure that people are safe in this space, and we go to the ninth degree in making sure that, as people go forward and the flying public goes forward, that it is and will be the safest system in the world.
And I would argue that we are continue to be a world leader. And it's important for us, one, to demonstrate that leadership in a number of areas, but also to work collaboratively with countries across the globe to ensure that we raise the safety bar. No matter where you're flying from, you're taking off in Lakeland, Florida, and going to Paris, France, or South Africa.
When I traveled in down under, they talked to me, and we use all the American rules, and we look to them for advice, and their academies are designed after our FAA.
And Lawrence's job is to make sure that wherever we go in the world, that we are aligned with the other states or countries throughout the world, and making sure that we have a level of safety that's like no other as we go forward.
Absolutely. And so I'm assuming you have input to like PANS ops and things like that, operations overseas. And one of the things that I get fly out of the country almost weekly when I'm on the line, and it's great to see actually that everything is made to the standards of the FAA. And the system works.
What's your biggest challenge coming up? Future challenge.
Our future challenge is the maintenance and the maintaining of safety as we're going forward. And we're about, as I just mentioned, that those things that are coming in the future, we want to make sure that drones and VTOLs, vertical takeoff and landing vehicles, are able to integrate into the aviation safety system as we're going forward. And we are in the process of making sure that we do things safely. No, we're not going to rush things into being. We are making sure that things are, that we do our due diligence in making sure that the flying public, no matter how you're flying, is going to be safe.
Yeah, and I would argue, so our greatest challenge, I think, is our greatest opportunity, because the Deputy Administrator talked about integrating all these new technologies into the National Aerospace System. He talked about drones. He talked about air taxis and things that are nature commercial space operations, particularly here in Florida, so close to the Cape, continues to increase at a rapid pace. I mean, when you think back to 2011, I think the agency license
vertical Uber is what you're talking about?
In terms of air taxis, yeah. But commercial space operations.
Commercial space, so.
The agency license, I think, one launch in 2011, and last fiscal year we had over 60-plus launches. I think this year there's one company in particular plans to have 100 launches itself, and there are others in the space. So increasing numbers, increasing fun and opportunities to join this exciting world.
So if you can imagine that we have those commercial space launches out for the Cape, we have our regular air traffic that's coming down, and traffic from everywhere in the country is coming to Florida. And then thirdly, we have the military has its space just right off of the coast too, and we have to deal with that integration as well as the weather that comes through. So we do what we need.
That's a great vision.
So
I mean, thank you.
Lawrence, real quick question for you, sir. We've got educators listening. We've got schools listening. If they would like to have their program that you're offering through the FA STEM to be educated within their school, how can they get that information?
Absolutely. So go to fa.gov and search for our STEM AVSET program, STEM program. We also have dedicated STEM coordinators in the 9 regions across the country. So no matter where you live, there is someone that you can reach out to. We also have regional administrators and deputy regional administrators there as well. So just go to our website, fa.gov, and search for STEM, and you'll be able to find our adopted school program, our STEM AVSET program, and a number of internship opportunities we have across the country.
Thank you, sir.
Sweet. Absolutely wonderful to have you folks here. STEM is terrific for everybody, and don't forget to go check them out right here at the FAA building. And also, you're listening liveatc.net/SNF, also 1510 a.m. We're going to go to a break, but don't forget to come right back. We'll be here.
Thanks.
Hello, this is Mike Harris from Why We Fly General Aviation Podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
You can help save lives by donating blood at the Big Red Bus at this year's Sun and Fun Fly-In. You could literally be saving the life of a hospital patient. The annual Sun and Fun Fly-In blood drive is Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. Each day is a great opportunity to help others. All blood donors receive a custom Sun and Fun Fly-In t-shirt plus a $20 e-gift card. You can make an appointment to donate blood at oneblood.org/sunandfun and share your power to save lives.
Gary GPS Reeves, that's the guy in the pink shirt from pilotsafety.org, is an official sponsor of the Sun and Fun Educational Forums. For the best way to fly single pilot IFR with autopilots, Avidyne, ForeFlight, and Garmin, you can check out the free classes Gary is teaching this week by searching the online Sun and Fun daily schedule for Reeves or visiting pilotsafety.org.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance. Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance is the nation's premier avionics and aircraft maintenance facility. With 5 locations throughout Florida, they are fully equipped to handle anything your plane may need. Their staff of experienced pilots, A&P mechanics, and avionics specialists are ready to help guide you through a custom solution that is right for your aircraft. You can visit them in Hangar C or always online at sarasotaavionics.com.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba. You know, the best protection against the harmful rays of the sun is light clothing. That's right. Thin cotton clothing is about the best way to avoid excessive sun exposure. And this protection comes with absolutely no risks of doing harm, especially important for those of us traveling from the northern states. A wide-brimmed hat is another healthy option to reduce excessive sun exposure. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
If you would like a truly first-class, adult-oriented experience at Sun and Fun, consider the 927 Club. Located at Airshow Center on the Warbird Ramp, the air-conditioned 927 Club Chalet features an all-new menu by renowned chef Marcos Fernandez. The 927 Club features amenities such as full breakfast and hot lunch, Wednesday and Saturday evening happy hours and dinners before the night air shows, complimentary soft drinks and snacks, complimentary beer and wine from 3 to 6 p.m. daily, and exclusive airshow seating on the patio facing Airshow Center. The full menu and more information is available at flysnf.org.
A big shout out to Aircraft Spruce and Specialty for their continued support as the hosting sponsor for the Hangar B exhibit hall. The Aircraft Spruce team is here to provide friendly service and help place orders for all your aircraft parts and supply needs. For over 57 years, customers around the world have counted on Aircraft Spruce to keep them flying. They invite you to stop by the Aircraft Spruce booth in Hangar B or visit them online at aircraftspruce.com.
Sun and Fun, thanks to our sponsor, Visit Central Florida. When you land in Polk County, you've landed in Florida's sweetest spot. From theme parks and events to the arts, culture, sports, or fine dining, let us be your launch pad to your next adventure. You can stop by the Visitor Information Center here on site or fly over to their website, visitcentralflorida.org, for more information.
Epic Aircraft. Now here's a company to watch out for. The E1000 is a sleek, sexy, very fast, all-carbon fiber, 6-seat, certified, single-engine turboprop with some pretty impressive performance numbers. With its 1,200 horsepower PT6 engine, this rocket ship offers a 333-knot cruise, 1,560 nautical mile range, 1,100-pound full-fuel payload, a 4,000 foot per minute climb, and a roomy cabin. It even looks fast just sitting on the ramp. You can see the remarkable Epic E1000 at outside booth number 3.
Get your hands dirty and learn new skills by coming to the Sun and Fun workshops. All the workshops are staffed by experienced instructors who are dedicated to home builder education. Many are builders themselves and eager to share their experience with others. Whether you're interested in wood, metal, fabric, or composite airplanes, or learning about electrical systems, welding, engines, or safety wiring, we have all this and more. These workshops are held daily from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and are free for the cost of admission. For more information and a complete listing, you can go to flysnf.org.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. And Sun and Fun Radio, as we heard just a moment ago, is brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport, flygrb.com. Check them out, enter the contest, stop by the hold short area next to the radio station, let them know you heard about them on Sun and Fun Radio.
Now, Dave, what's another advantage for flying to GRB, maybe a different time of the year? You know, another little air show I heard.
Well, one of the big things, Jeb Burnside, Uncontrolled Airspace General Aviation Podcast, talks about one of their famous lines, is Jeb saying, you're flying in, you're approaching the traffic pattern for Oshkosh AirVenture, and every fiber in your being is saying, run away, look for a... Green Bay is a great, great airport to fly into if you're going to AirVenture. Less than an hour drive down to the grounds and stuff. Great places to stay. Neat place. So we had a guest on earlier talking about books and flying adventures, and he's also working here representing the Massachusetts
Air and Space Museum.
Air and Space Museum. So you sound more prepared than I am, so I'm going to let you go ahead and take this.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. And here with Keith Young again at the Massachusetts Air and Space Museum. One museum that I haven't been to yet, that's Air and Space. So I'm excited to come by. And so I'm going to ask you, what am I going to see there?
So the museum is fairly new. We opened originally in 2020. And then that was in February, and we closed in March of 2020 because of the pandemic. We reopened during the summer. Then in the end of 2021, we lost our lease. We had to close for a year. We reopened in November of 2022 on Main Street in Hyannis. So because we're not on the airport, you're not going to see any airplanes.
No airplanes.
However, we have a couple of cockpits in the museum. We have some material that flew on the space shuttle. But the thing about our museum is everything is Massachusetts based.
Oh, the Blues are here. Hey, little airport noise.
Yeah. So I don't know if you heard that, but everything is Massachusetts based. So both the people in the businesses that have contributed to aviation or space exploration, I'll just talk louder, are featured in the museum, although not all. But we invite people to come out and sort of learn about what Massachusetts has contributed to both of those fields. And we believe it's about the it's not about the stuff, it's about the story. And so all of our exhibits, we can tell you the stories that are behind it and just sort of what's involved with through the history of that. And but we're also not about just the history. We're also about the future of aviation and space exploration.
Keith, we've been to the Smithsonian, of course, and you get lost in all they've got to offer. Yours sounds like a much more personal experience, a more one-on-one.
So we call our museum a boutique museum. We're not that large, but it's a great experience. I'm happy to say that we average 4.9 stars on Google for reviews.
Wonderful. And obviously if a family's got a question, there's somebody there to answer it directly and not just leave wondering, did I miss something, do I still have that wondering imagination that's left unanswered.
Yeah, absolutely. And we use QR codes so that we can share the information with people who come in and sort of want to take their own time, but we also have people who are familiar with all of the background of the exhibits and can share that on a more personal tour.
Much like a young family's coming in and the kids are Dad, I want to go see dinosaurs, I want to go to this kind of museum. So what's the involvement trying to get more people to come and come back?
So we do we're because we're new.
Mhm.
We're still building things out. We literally had our grand reopening celebration a couple of Fridays ago on St. Patrick's Day. And so we're expanding what we can do, but we're one of the we're located. I should probably ought to tell you where we are. We are located in Hyannis on Cape Cod in Massachusetts, and so it's there's a tourist mindset, and that in the wintertime that people go away. Well, that's just simply not true anymore, and so we are determined to be open year round. But we also want to have the locals feel a sense of ownership, not only of the museum, but of the airport. Because this is something that I believe that airports get into trouble because the people don't feel like they understand what's going on. And we are going to have regular presentations in our room. We have a multifunction room that's going to be open to the public to come out and learn about not only the history of aviation and space exploration in Massachusetts, but what's going on in the future. I've been talking with people here, having them make arrangements. We're going to be talking and having them come out to be able to present to the public just what's involved. Raise that awareness.
How's that challenge? I mean, are you able to have people? Of course, people come to spectate, but as far as people representing the museum, the state, is it more of a challenge by any means to have people representing?
Be a little clearer.
Now, to have people actually wanting to come in and teach and educate, is that are people behind you?
Oh, I
fully
haven't
in
had a
this?
problem. I haven't had a
Good.
problem having
Excellent.
anybody come in.
Excellent.
Who I mean, you just have to, aviation. If you're
Spread the
involved,
word.
So we just want to be able to give those people with a story to share a place to share it.
Gotcha. I like it. So when it comes to, you said it's space and aviation, what is some of the space exhibits and different things that you have? Because that's something that I'm really intrigued by, is the space portion of those museums.
Sure. So I mentioned that we have some material that flew as an experiment up on the space shuttle. It actually flew in space. One of the individuals is Story Musgrave. He was an astronaut. I don't know if you're familiar with Story Musgrave, but he's the gentleman who fixed the Hubble telescope. But he is also the only astronaut who flew on all 5 space shuttles into space. Mm-hmm. He was born in Stockbridge, Massachusetts, so he's a Massachusetts native. I would mention that Amelia Earhart, before she flew across the ocean, was living and working in Boston. And she would fly out of Jeffreys Point, which is now Logan Airport.
Oh, yeah. Familiar with that.
A couple of companies that you may be familiar with. David Clark headsets are made in Worcester, Massachusetts. Bose headsets are made in Massachusetts. So we have a long history of businesses and people who were involved in both space and aviation.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Story Musgrave. I mean, you can go back, listen to some of our interviews with him. He's a very dynamic person. Big impact from Massachusetts. He's been to a few schools there with a few degrees.
Yeah, a couple. Yeah. Yes, he has.
And he's contributed a lot to the museum, and I think that's terrific. Now, if you're going to visit, I know it's about an hour and a half drive from Logan if you're coming in on a vacation. Don't forget, it is gorgeous there, the Cape.
Yes, it is.
There's so many things to do, all the way out to the lighthouses, etc. So don't just. This is one thing that you can do if you're trying to get the family to come out. You're into aviation, you're into space, but they're not. Try to get them in there, because there are some cool exhibits, but there's also lots of other things to do.
So one of the things that we're hoping to be able to do is to expand the museum to be on Cape Cod Gateway Airport, so that if you were to fly in your own airplane. You'd have a place to go, and we're looking to have a shuttle to run between the airport to downtown to both locations. So
massaerospace.org. If we want to get involved, we can actually do what? If say we're here listening online.
Check us out. We have online exhibits at our website. And there's a donate button, and we'd be happy if you clicked on that donate button and made a contribution. I do want to be clear that we are a 501c3. We don't receive any funds from any government entities or anything along those lines. So for us to keep our doors open, we rely on our donations.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't forget, that's where you can see the Thompson Trophy out there and the air races. And there's an exhibit. Actually, that's online. Your exhibit online. You can
That's
check
correct.
that out. That's right. So that's really cool. I think the fact that I don't have to visit the museum, I can learn so much by just going on to the portion that says online exhibits. You can sign up for the newsletter, find out more, and I can't wait to see it at the airport. We're going to get ready to go to a break. Are you here locally on the airfield, or no, as far as an exhibit here?
No, we don't have an exhibit here
Cool.
yet.
Not yet.
I'm working on that, but we're just doing what we can do, a little bit at a time.
And I'm sure donations are accepted at any time throughout the year.
Donations are accepted. Please go to our website. If you happen to be in the Cape Cod area and you want to volunteer, go to our website, and you'll be talking to me as a volunteer coordinator.
It's Keith Young at massaerospace.org. Check out the website. Check out the museum. It is really awesome, the website you've done there. I really appreciate it. If you're, we're going to be right back. Don't forget, listen at liveatc.net/SNF, and we're going to have a lot more interviews. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Trevor Semino from Chart It All. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package. They say you need one airplane to go fast, one to go slow, and one to go upside down. If you're into that third category, you can stop by the Sun and Fun Aerobatics Center and the Curtis Pitts Museum. The Aerobatics Center promotes stall spin awareness, unusual attitude recovery training, and better airmanship through aerobatics. All aviation enthusiasts are invited to stop by the center, located adjacent to the aerobatic tent, and enjoy the shade and hospitality. Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Lincoln Electric. You can visit the Lincoln Electric booth, N44 and N45, to take advantage of limited-time show special pricing on MIG and TIG welders or plasma cutting equipment. Learn TIG welding in our welding education workshops. Lincoln Electric, ready to help you with all of your welding and cutting projects.
Enjoying all the aircraft is one of the leading reasons people come to Sun and Fun, and we are pleased to open Flightline access to all of our guests. However, please help protect people and aircraft by following a few simple rules. Warning: aircraft in motion have spinning propellers that are very dangerous and hard to see. Please avoid all moving aircraft. Do not touch aircraft without the owner's permission. Always be aware of belt buckles, cameras, and other hard objects that could scratch or dent the airplane. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time this year.
I'm News Channel 8's Keith Kate. Every day, a lot of news happens in the Bay Area, and where you choose to get your information matters. There's only one news operation in Tampa Bay that is always on your side, looking out for you, making sure your voice is heard, and uncovering the truth. News Channel 8. We're in your neighborhood and at your call, investigating and reporting on the stories that impact you and your family. Trust the station that is always on your side.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Moto Art. If you're looking to own a piece of aviation history, plane tags might be just what you're in search of. Each collectible plane tag is made from the skin of a real decommissioned aircraft. Would you like to own a piece of an Airbus or a Boeing? Maybe a Grumman Goose, Convair or MiG, Chinooks to Hueys, and Bonanzas to Starships too. Each oval plane tag is handcrafted with respect for the aircraft that it came from and the stories it carries with it. You can see the whole collection of plane tags at the Moto Art booth, N49 in the North Exhibit area, or online at planetags.com.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Honda Generators, the official generator of Sun and Fun. Be sure to visit the Honda display directly across from Sunset Grill to see the all-new Honda EU 3200i generator. Weighing less than 60 pounds and capable of running a 13.5 BTU air conditioner, it's the perfect power source for your RV. More information is at powerequipment.honda.com.
It's Dr. David Goldbaba. Did you know that when you're thirsty, you're already dehydrated? That's why good old-fashioned H2O is the way to go. Caffeinated beverages, a choice for many who become thirsty, can actually cause even more dehydration due to the caffeine. The early stages of dehydration cannot be detected, and that's why you got to go with the water every chance you get. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Goldbaba.
As GA pilots, we understand the need for proficiency but sometimes lack the resources to accomplish it. That's where Redbird Pro comes in, a new app that measures your proficiency in 9 key areas to generate a personalized training plan full of articles, quizzes, and simulator scenarios that address the weakest parts of your flying. Redbird Pro is available in the App Store and Google Play. You can visit Redbird for more information at booth N76 or online at redbirdflight.com. Do you like light sport airplanes? Do you enjoy building aircraft or thinking about wanting to build one? Well, Zenith Aircraft has a kit for you. They have an aircraft that can fit your light sport needs and budget. Zenith Aircraft have multiple engine options along with many different kits including STOL that you can choose from depending on your personal needs. Zenith Aircraft have been manufacturing and marketing aircraft kits from its modern production facility located in the United States and continue to bring you top-notch aircraft kits with over 2,000 kits sold since 1974. With a wide array of customers across the United States and from around the world, Zenith Aircraft is the leading manufacturer of light sport aircraft kits with a proven commitment to builders and owners. You can visit Zenith Aircraft to get more information on these amazing kits at booth MD26B.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. We are broadcasting on Sun and Fun Radio, presented by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. FlyGRB.com, stop by the corner of Leanhouse Way and Clubhouse Path, scan the QR code, enter the contest, and win a trip to AirVenture. Cool, cool stuff. Now, Sun and Fun, to those of us here on the deck, Sun and Fun is the aviation event. But I hear there's another one up in Wisconsin in the summertime, and got the cheesehead over there hollering for the home state. Thanks, Dan. Dan Coyne, newly minted division co-chair of greeters here at Sun and Fun Radio. Thank you for your service, Dan. Aviation events happen all over the country, and they are in Sun and Fun is an all-encompassing aviation event. We want everybody to come in here. A lot of the other aviation events are focused on groups. We have Benson Gyro Days. We've got the seaplane splash-ins, all different kinds of one. One of the events that started out, and I've been hearing a lot about, I've never been lucky enough to be there, is the Midwest LSA Expo. And we have Chris Collins, the executive director of the Midwest LSA Expo. Good morning, Chris. How you doing?
Good morning, guys. It's an honor to be here.
Hey, and we're glad you're here. We were talking off deck that we've both been here for years. We've both known our friend Jana Phillip for years, and we have never met until this morning, which is just amazing to me. Midwest LSA Expo. I'm assuming Midwest means where it happens.
Correct.
And that is?
Mount Vernon, Illinois, where you're about equal distance between St. Louis, Missouri, and Evansville, Indiana. Southern tip of the state.
So that's the Midwest part, but and then LSA. What does LSA stand for our non-aviation listening audience?
Light sport aircraft. It's my best definition is it's just a segment of industry of aviation where it's supposed to be more affordable and easier to operate, safer, things like that. So we have weight restrictions and speed restrictions and flying daytime only, things like that.
Yeah, it was actually born out of the ultralight movement. The powered hang gliders, everybody wanted, we made 103 so that you could legally fly a powered hang glider. And they kept wanting to be a little faster, a little heavier. So the FAA realized there was a genuine need, and they started the light sport aircraft classification of aircraft. There are specific, you can look it up on the FAA. I'm not going to get into all the specs, and you have a light sport pilot certificate, which you can get with a driver's license, medical. And as far as cost wise, they've come into the range of general aviation as well, but. So I'm going to come to Mount Vernon, Illinois when for the Midwest LSA Expo?
September 7, 8, and 9. It's the week after Labor Day every year.
The week after Labor Day, the week after my birthday, Jana. So when you're 1 week from Midwest, remember, call Dave and wish him a happy birthday. Sorry, folks, I'm teasing my friends that are sitting here listening in. So, what can I expect to see when I come up to Mount Vernon in September 7th?
Well, it's a mixing of all the aircraft that are eligible for LSA and some that are kind of outside the boundaries of LSA. And what I tell a lot of people that don't really know what we're trying to do is, remember the old auto shows that you would have in a small town where you could come out and drive the GM and the Ford and the Import and that, make a better informed decision about which one you're going to buy. We're doing the same thing with airplanes. And it came out of Bob Wood at Sebring personally taught me how to do it. And we've grown from there. We used Bob's plan, and 15 years into it, we're still doing it.
15 years, wow. Now, what kind of attendance do you guys see? How many vendors do you have? What kind of
we're somewhere around 40 to 50 vendors total.
Wow, that's big. I mean, that's nothing to sneeze at. And gate attendance?
And attendance somewhere 1,000, short of 700 to 1,000. But what
They're
makes
qualified people?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. We don't have. Someone said a while ago when the Blue Angels flew by, I don't see that at a segment show, and well, the actual exhibitors don't want that because they want to be able to talk to their customers. And so they're perfectly happy with only 500 to 700 people walking the ramp because they're qualified people.
And a big part of a show now, like the Midwest LSA Expo, probably is in the same possibly category as DeLand Showcase and Sebring Sport Aviation Expo. Their focus, it's more of a trade show than a fly-in. So you don't do a daily air show and shut down the field for 4 hours a day because that's 4 less hours that these guys can do demo flights.
Correct. They want to do demos and do demos all day long, and that's what we offer to them.
Okay, so the Midwest LSA Expo, Mount Vernon, Illinois, September 7, 8, 9, 15th year. What else can you tell us? What else do you guys have going on? You got food and stuff for sale or what?
Yes, we do. We have what we call ancillary director or ancillary exhibitors. It might be, headsets and all kinds of stuff, aviation service related, are invited to exhibit. And then we have free camping on the field. We have a restaurant on the field. It's kind of like a all-in-one stop shop. Everything's there that you'd ever need. And free parking. We try to be the most affordable and convenient event for people to come to.
Okay, so if you're in the area and you want to go see some really cool airplanes, because I'm sorry, LSAs have gotten to be, I mean, you think of that's the thing that came from powered hang gliders, but these are sharp looking aircraft. Carl, you've flown LSAs?
Oh yeah, quite a bit, and I think they're wonderful. As a matter of fact, it's amazing how affordable they are. How these aircraft, for those that are just getting into aviation, please stop by the Midwest LSA Expo because it is one of the most affordable ways to get into aviation with a new aircraft. You can't go out and buy a 172 for the price. You can buy 2 LSAs for the price of 172, and that's one thing I can stress. So price points, I mean, they're a wide variety.
And not just buying it and getting it into the hangar. You fly. What do you fly? You're a corporate, Randy. You're a corporate pilot.
Yes.
You fly a Phenom?
Phenom 300 Honda jet and a microjet. Yes.
And what's your fuel burn?
Oh geez, 2,000 an hour.
2,000 pounds of fuel now.
Yeah.
And what does it roughly translates to is it translatable to gallons?
Well, it is. 6.7. Just do the math. So yeah, it burns.
So 2,000 divided by 6.7, we're talking, 180. LSAs, even flying a 172, we're burning 8-10 gallons an hour.
Yeah.
LSAs are up there sipping gas, and I'm always shocked when the manufacturers come up. These LSAs are burning 5 gallons an hour, 4 gallons an hour. And so it's not only affordable to purchase the aircraft, it's affordable to fly the aircraft, which
Absolutely.
is really cool. So what kind of weather do you guys have in Mount Vernon this time, in the September time of year?
Honestly, it's a lot like this right now. Temperatures in the 60s. Or breaking into the 70s. People are wearing shorts and T-shirts and just enjoying good old Mother Nature.
Now, you are here. We got just over 2 minutes left. You're here on the field wandering around. Do you have where can people find you here on the field, or how can they find you?
The Llama Tent's usually our headquarters.
Okay, the Llama Tent, the Light Aircraft Manufacturers Association tent, which is in Paradise City. It's on the flight line side of the road through Paradise City. They've got 2 big blue high peak tents. They're not the square white tents with the other. So you can spot the LSA Mall area. And on the web?
MidwestLSAExpo.com. Easy to find.
MidwestLSAExpo.com. Chris Collins, thank you for being here with us. It's a pleasure to finally get to meet you. And,
yes, thank you so much.
You know, I might have to find a way to get up there and see your show one of these years. A bit of a trip for me, but hard to travel with all the pups we have. Hopefully we'll be traveling soon. But thank you for being here. Anything else? We got about a minute left. Anything you want to add?
It's free.
Yes, everything's free.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Free
Yes.
parking, free admission. I forgot to ask about that.
Free camping, and we have free shuttles back and forth to the hotel. So if you fly in, we give you a ride. Hotels are 3 miles away and reasonably priced, and there's camping on the field with showers.
And you have a great restaurant right there on the
great
field.
restaurant.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
Cool. The Midwest LSA Expo. And again, the website is midwestlsaexpo.com.
Correct.
And if you have any other questions, you can direct them to Jana Phillip, who is one of their development people, or Chris. We find them out at the LSA Mall here. We appreciate you guys coming by. Thank you so much for being here and making time to do an interview. I'll let you guys get back to where you needed to be. We've had some great interviews this morning. We got more great interviews coming up. I'm looking over my list here, trying to figure out where I am on my list. But, hey, I'm just not – oh, there we are. Who do we have coming up next? We have Beringer Brakes is going to come up after our break. So stay tuned. Listen for Beringer Brakes. If you're not out here, you need to jump in the car and get out here. It's going to be a great day here at Sun and Fun 23. Take it away to a break.
Hello, this is Larry Overstreet. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF. They say you need one airplane to go fast, one to go slow, and one to go upside down. If you're into that third category, you can stop by the Sun and Fun Aerobatics Center and the Curtis Pitts Museum. The Aerobatics Center promotes stall spin awareness, unusual attitude recovery training, and better airmanship through aerobatics. All aviation enthusiasts are invited to stop by the center, located adjacent to the aerobatic tent, and enjoy the shade and hospitality.
Hello, aviators. We have a message from pilot Jim G. You are cleared to land on your own private runway. Beautiful Leavitt Airport NH-38 is now for sale. This 53-acre property includes a 3-bedroom home, large aircraft hangar with workshop, a 4-car garage, and your very own 1,900-foot FAA-registered private runway. All on a picturesque hillside with sweeping mountain and valley views in New Hampshire's scenic White Mountains. Photos, specifications, and more information are all available at nh38.com. That's right, nh38.com.
If you or someone you're with requires urgent medical assistance, please call 911 immediately. If practical or less urgent, you can visit Sun and Fun's Medical Hospitality Building and Tent located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across from the big Piedmont jet near the main entrance. Medical Hospitality is staffed from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. by licensed volunteer doctors and nurses. From sunburns, blisters, and dehydration to insect bites, headaches, and stomach pain, they are ready to help. And water and sunscreen are always available, free of charge.
Sun and Fun welcomes our veterans and active duty military. There is so much to see and do at the Veterans Plaza near the main entrance. You can visit the Veterans Welcome Tent, military displays, war reenactors, VA and veteran services, daily presentations in the Air America tent, live entertainment Friday and Saturday at 1700 hours, and much more.
Aeroshell has one of the most comprehensive and proven ranges of aviation lubricant products. This includes aircraft piston engine oils, jet engine oils, greases, and hydraulic fluids. We combine this with what is among the best technical support in the industry. Our Aeroshell brand has been trusted for generations for use in aviation throughout the world. We are located in Hangar C, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Aero LEDs, currently offering 10% off through Sun and Fun. Aero LEDs FAA-approved LED landing, taxi, and navigational lighting products are designed for retrofit or replacement of aircraft legacy lighting systems. They consume less power, output substantially more light, and are rated for more than 30,000 hours of continuous use. Ideal for installation on experimental or certified aircraft. You can see Aero LEDs lights in action, along with some new releases inside Hangar D, booths D6 and D7, or online at aeroleds.com. Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor LiveATC.net, the worldwide leader in live rebroadcasting and recording of ATC radio communications. You can listen to aviation radio on any device, from the busiest airline hubs to your small local airport. It's aviation in action at liveatc.net. You can even volunteer to be a part of this unique network, helping to bring new airports and frequencies online. LiveATC's pre-configured compact receiver systems make it easy to add your local airport. You can follow them on Twitter at LiveATC or like them on Facebook. LiveATC.net. Live air traffic from their headsets to you.
Gary GPS Reeves, that's the guy in the pink shirt from pilotsafety.org, is an official sponsor of the Sun and Fun Educational Forums. For the best way to fly single pilot IFR with autopilots, Avidyne, ForeFlight, and Garmin, you can check out the free classes Gary is teaching this week by searching the online Sun and Fun daily schedule for Reeves or visiting pilotsafety.org.
Aircraft judging is conducted in the following aircraft categories: home builts, light plane, seaplane, rotorcraft, ultralights, warbirds, and vintage. Judging of airplanes begins on opening day and concludes prior to the awards ceremony Saturday evening. All aircraft must be registered for judging by noon on Friday. The awards ceremony is held Saturday night at 6 p.m. at the Bueller Restoration Hangar.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Shoreline Aviation Insurance. Shoreline Aviation Insurance has a broad aviation background. Chances are, if you're doing it in aviation, they've done it. This experience helps them be a resource to their clients, not just sell a policy. They've owned and operated both piston and turbine aircraft. They are very experienced instructors and even owned a flight school for many years. They have operated a Part 135 operation, and they currently own an antique warbird on floats, as well as the experimental glass air that Glenn built. All of this experience is what they call the Shoreline Advantage. You can learn how to put the Shoreline Advantage to work for you at shorelineaviationinsurance.com.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. Sun and Fun Radio is presented by Green Bay Austin Straubel Fly GRB. We want to do that. Sun and Fun wouldn't happen without all of our sponsors, vendors, and of course our volunteers. If you're into aviation and you know names, a name that is absolutely no stranger to aviation is the name Behringer. Behringer brakes are the industry standard. Everybody wants to be, they say, the competitors, we're as good as Behringer. No, that's, Behringer brakes. Joining me on deck today is Billy James with Behringer, and it's actually Behringer Aero USA.
We say Behringer.
Behringer,
but
sorry.
There's three ways to say it: Behringer, or Behringer, which is the French way they say it because it's a French company. Yeah.
So I apologize for mispronouncing the
You're
name.
fine.
I was saying it wrong all this time. Tell me about Behringer.
Yeah, Behringer.
Behringer.
Yeah, so that's a family name. It came from the founders, the Behringers family, and was just telling Carl, they started here. They started in 1985, the business with high performance motorcycles in Europe, and they got a great name because they made great stuff. They're engineers, and they were racers, and so in 2002 they sold that business and went into aeronautics only. So there's still a Behringer motorcycles that people know. We get a lot of calls from.
You're right.
Yeah, we get a lot of calls from California, and they'll just jump right into us. I got this motorcycle or that motorcycle. Say, yeah, that's not us. But from 2002 till now, they're just strictly aviation company and use a lot of that high-end engineering and manufacturing to make aircraft wheels and brakes, high-performance wheels and brakes and landing gear systems. For general aviation aircraft.
Okay, a big enemy of airplanes in general is weight. How do you guys compensate, or how do you handle the weight aspect of things?
We know that we're lighter in weight than some. It's hard to do an ounce for ounce comparison for everybody, but in general, we know our weights, and in the comparisons we've done, we usually come out lighter. We start life, our wheels and components start life as billet block aluminum, and then they're machined out, which I don't know if the radio world can hear that. Can they hear
yes,
that? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
they can.
Yeah, for sure.
If you hear it in the headset, they hear it in the
gotcha.
radio world.
Yeah.
So good pause.
Yeah, man. So So that's what gives the machining and that refinement look, is because it was actually made out of a solid block instead of poured cast aluminum.
Well,
that gives it 3 times stronger as well.
I was just going to say that adds to the strength.
Yeah, so that we can make
too.
it smaller a little bit.
Well, having a maintenance background myself,
Yeah.
and as well as flying, there's some things we'll sacrifice a little bit of weight for a quality product, and certainly brakes would be one of those things. So even if you did weigh a little bit more than your competitor, the quality by far outweighs the few ounces of extra weight. Yeah.
But Behringer has them both, lightweight and secure safety.
Yeah. One of the big deal is, yes, we do. That's one of our kind of mottos that we like to sell you, peace of mind for you and your family in the most critical phases of flight, which is takeoff and landing, right? And so we know that we have really good stuff. It's not really a technology that Behringer developed. If you go look at the commercial planes and the military planes and the corporate planes, they're using the same floating disc and same type stuff. It's just that didn't exist for general aviation.
Yeah.
And that's what really made the eyes pop about 20 years ago. Everybody's looking at this going, wow, that's some nice stuff. And when you see it, I just tell everybody it actually works as good as it looks. So if you like to look at it, you ought to go fly a set, because it's really amazing.
And rather than ask you what planes is it compatible with, is there any kind of GA plane that it's not going to work on?
Well,
LSA.
It will, yeah. So, yeah, we sell common wheel sizes, 5-inch, 6-inch, 8-inch, 10-inch. So we have our own axles. So if our axle or axle adapters can fit on your plane, everything else works. Because really, it's just about stopping a mass. It really doesn't matter what it's attached to. So, yeah.
So fully certified STC'd for a number of airplanes, can strap on, replace Cleveland Parker, whatever the competition.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, in fact, one of our hits this year is we just got our Cessna 180 and 182 STC done.
Oh, very good.
And we are now delivering those, so they're flying around out there, and that's a big deal.
Who can install them?
Who can an STC?
No,
I mean,
any A and P. Well, it
so
depends.
you can take it to any field operation, and we don't have to come to you.
Oh, no. Yeah, we don't offer installation services or anything like that. Technical support, of course, but all the shops out there.
Now, if you have a factory certificated aircraft, obviously you have to have an A and P aircraft mechanic do it. If you have an experimental.
Yeah,
you
the
can do
builder
your
can
own.
do it.
You can put it in yourself if you're experimental, and I think the LSAs, the owners can work on their own.
Yeah.
Now, brakes are brakes and wheels are wheels. What can you do new with brakes and wheels?
Well, we're just offering Okay, must be some behind me.
No, it says the interview topic is new products. So
yeah.
I was trying to do a
in.
segue.
Gotcha. So we actually have a few new things. Our Speed Air fairings. We haven't offered fairings before, but we get asked a lot of questions like, do you have wheel pans? Do you have fairings? So now the answer is yes.
Oh, cool.
And we have some of the best looking, lightest, they don't perform. They just kind of tuck over the wheel there.
They perform.
They
sit there and look good.
Yeah, they sit there and look good,
They're
right?
aerodynamic, are they not?
They absolutely are.
What do you pick up?
They do that, for sure.
What kind of speed increase do you get when you put wheel pants over open wheels?
Yeah, I don't
Couple
have that
mile an
data.
hour, I believe.
Maybe. We'll go with that.
Yeah, I believe you can pick up 1 or 2 miles an hour. And that may not seem like a lot, folks, but when you're burning
long
fuel,
distances, you bet.
and you're going long distance, the less time that couple miles an hour might make a few gallons of avgas difference by the time you get to your destination. Speed mods have been the car guys love making the cars go faster. Aircraft, by doing the engine and then and the transmission and the rear end. Aircraft, it's all about making it slippery. Cut down on turbulence. You see race cars have a wing on the back to help with the aerodynamics. Wheel pants, something simple as wheel pants. Put it a little, and for the non-flying public, STC first of all is a supplemental type certificate.
Right.
It's giving you legal authorization to put something. Wheel pants are basically airplane fenders.
Yep.
They cover the fenders. They cover the wheels, and create a lower drag, create less drag than having a wheel hanging out in the air.
And they can protect your gear and wheels and stuff from stones and rocks.
And there's also an aesthetic component as well.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure they look
good. And we got carbon fiber, so it's just it's great.
So
it
not
really
only do
looks good.
they increase your performance, they look good.
They do. Yeah.
Well, we got a couple of minutes left here.
Sure.
So the Beringer Company growth. I mean, you guys are just, like I said, you've been around in the name, but every time I turn around, I'm hearing better stuff about you guys.
Yeah, we're growing. We're on like 20 OEMs, actually more than that, about 30 OEMs around the world. Some of the companies might not be recognized here because they're more European based for our market, but you see more and more aircraft that are made all around the world, in the States. So we're becoming more known just because they're on those planes already and they come over with red wheels. But if Cirrus is well known, Diamond's well known, Extra, so there's a lot that you would recognize. And with our STCs, we've got 22 STCs. We're really big on the Stoll guys because of the performance and the weight savings. You see a lot of Beringers on the Stoll aircraft. So, I mean, it's
how do we
touch a lot of airplanes.
Yeah, well, I was just going to get to that. You're here on the field where?
So we're at area 051 and 052. That is in front of Hangar B, where the aircraft spruce signs are. We're just right out in front. You can't miss us.
You're out in front. And for our listening audience on liveatc.net/SNF, what's your website?
So it's the www.beringer-aero.com. And you really got to put aero in there, AERO, or you're going to get motorcycle stuff.
All right, so that's BERINGER dash AERO.com.
Yep, correct.
BeringerAero.com.
Correct.
We're glad you're here with us. We appreciate you coming in and taking time. We'll let you get back to your booth. We've been speaking with Billy James of BeringerAero.com, all about Beringer brakes. We're going to go to, actually, we're not even, I know, I goofed it up. Go ahead. Give me a hard time.
Beringer.
Beringer. I'm going to go to Target and get some Beringer.
There you go.
Billy, thanks for being here.
Thanks so much for having me,
We're going
guys.
to do what's known as a hot
Billy,
swap.
awesome.
I'm going to keep on talking, and we're going to do some shout-outs before our next guest comes in.
Can I do a quick shout out to
Absolutely.
To the Beringer family here that's listening today? I appreciate y'all, and we loved having you here today, and just a wonderful family, and all they've done for aviation is terrific.
Yeah,
thanks so
good.
much. I appreciate that.
Thanks.
And they're listening on liveatc.net/SNF. Also, don't forget we forget about the webinars and the seminars and all the things that are going on. And how do you find out about that? You look at the app right
The
here.
Sun and Fun app.
Absolutely.
That's right. It's available in the App Store. It's available in Google Play. It's available in the I don't even know, iStore on what's called.
iTunes Store or something like that.
iTunes Store,
yeah.
Apple
We're
Store,
showing
whatever.
our age a little bit. But anyway,
Folks, and these aren't stores, they're on your phone.
Yeah. You
Yes,
don't go to the
they're apps.
store. I've been trying to find that iPhone store.
Yeah. Well,
you guys are so funny.
Speaking of
Wanted
which,
to do another shout out, and then you'll go back to yours. The CFAA, the Central Florida Aerospace Academy, is our campus here on school, part of the Polk County school system. We're getting kids involved in aviation by giving them dedicated aviation classes. They can come in, they can prep. If they keep their grades up, they can get their flight training for free. You can graduate a certificated pilot, come out of our A&P program, be ready to start your internship and a little further education to get your A&P license. They have a parent group called Planes, and Jack's not here, so I can't tell you what Planes stands for. Jack is better at it than I am, but the Planes group, which is the PTA for the CFAA, it's called the Planes group. Stop by the CFAA for lunch, snacks, and drinks. All the proceeds help support the students, the next generation of aviators. So that's CFAA Planes parent group is serving food at the CFAA, the Central Florida Aerospace Academy.
Which is
Three-story
where
building.
the forums are going on. Any forum you want to go and hear is in air-conditioned
FAA, Central Florida Aerospace Academy. And Jack heard me mentioning his name, so he's going to come up and tell us what Planes means.
Parents launching a network of educational support, which has been to the PTA for Central Florida Aerospace Academy for many, many good years. We've had many outstanding presidents, secretaries, you name it. But this week, please, at the Central Florida Aerospace Academy, go see them, buy some lunch for them. They are having a different lunch every day of the week for a small fee.
Time.
And another one that came out, another shout-out request, and I'm going to do this, and then Carl's got something he wants to talk about. You can win a ride with the famous Aeroshell aerobatic team.
What?
Folks, I have done this. It is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. My profile picture on Facebook is from when I was flying in the Honda Reno Racer with Gene McNeely. I didn't get to fly in the aerobatic aircraft. I flew in the Honda Reno Racer.
Not yet. There's always the opportunity, possibly.
And you can win a ride with the Aeroshell team, courtesy of Aero LEDs, the premier lighting partner of the Aeroshell team. You can stop by and visit them at booth D6 to enter.
Absolutely.
You had a shout-out.
Yeah, shout-out to the seminars. We talked about them. That's in CFAA, but there's also seminars in other places. The Career Fair is actually having seminars there in their Career Fair seminar tents, and I'll be speaking at noon about Are You Too Old to Fly? So go check it out. So remember, you can go online, flysnf.org, or you can look at it on the app. Just don't forget, there's seminars all over and workshops, etc. You know what's really cool today? I put a couple of them in my phone, and I added them to my calendar, to my personal calendar. And you can do that on your phone, too, if you're listening.
Yeah, and we got to make sure, and actually you kind of made a comment that makes me think we not just go sit in a classroom, seminars, and learning. We actually have workshops, and they're hands-on workshops on every aspect of aircraft building.
Welding, doping fabric, metal work.
Avionics, young lady who was an avionics technician.
For NASA, was a lead inspector on the space shuttle. Will teach you how to get your experimental aircraft safely.
They have wiring. They have sheet metal English wheel workshops. Absolutely amazing stuff at the Sun and Fun workshops. You can tell Marsha gave her a shout-out. It is now 10:50, and it is time for our next guest. And I believe Carl Valeri has the paper there. So who are we talking with, Mr. Carl?
Yeah, we're talking to somebody who is involved with an organization that does some incredible volunteering here on campus, and that's Civil Air Patrol. And a big shout-out, by the way, before we start, to the cadets here. They do an amazing job every year they do in their hard work. But we are with Lieutenant Colonel David Panzera?
Correct.
Welcome.
No, thanks. Great to be here with you today.
And,
thanks for having us.
This is exciting. Every year I give a shout out to you folks, and especially to the cadets. It's a testament to what you folks have done at the Civil Air Patrol. But before we say that, what is the Civil Air Patrol?
Oh, it's a great organization. It's been around since December 1st of 1941, and a lot of folks don't even know it's been around that long. They actually have credited having destroyed submarines from their airplanes. I mean, this is an organization that goes way back then, but it's a civil organization. It's also the largest search and rescue group in the United States.
Wow.
And by the way, before I continue, I do want to say thank you very much to everyone here at Sun and Fun on behalf of Louis Negron, Colonel Louis Negron, the commander of the Florida Wing. This is a big deal. It's a big undertaking. We take over 150 people and put them to work here. And, they're nationwide. 55,000 are involved in Civil Air Patrol.
Hey, Louis is the boss? Louis is the big boss?
Colonel Negron is the big boss of Florida,
man.
yeah. So, and then you have
hey,
a regional.
If I'm going to insult somebody, I gotta pick the boss. And he's been coming for years. Great.
He's a fantastic guy.
Very personable guy, and really knocks himself out. We can't say thank you enough to him. Now, you guys bring cadets here. Let me ask you a question. This is kind of more of a joke and a little friendly competition because we had our British Air Cadets up. The British Air Cadets are actually, I believe, they're actually military service specs and everything. Our American Civil Air Patrol does the same, right?
They basically do the same. There is no requirement for military service. You're not guaranteeing yourself and signing your life away. Cadets come into our program from age 12 to 18, and they can stay past 18 up to, I think, 21 until they're in college type of thing. So they can finish what they're trying to what they're trying to complete, I should say. But the cadets have no military obligation. But as I was telling you earlier, the interesting thing about what it is that they do is this. If you go into the Civil Air Patrol and you go head on and promote every 2 months, in 18 months you can get your Mitchell Award, which is Cadet Second Lieutenant. You will have gone through all the enlisted ranks. You will have gone through all of those, gone to encampment, and come out as a Cadet Second Lieutenant. Now, a lot of people don't know this. But Cadet Second Lieutenant is equal to Eagle Scout. It's actually the actual equivalent of Eagle Scout.
Wow.
Does that mean I can order somebody around?
Yes, ma'am. Wow. And
when has a title ever stopped you from ordering?
I knew who was in charge when I got to this desk. I didn't look at you three gentlemen. I looked at her. So, yeah. But here's an interesting fact too, because I told it to your compatriot here. When you if you're going to apply to the academies, all 5 military academies, so that includes Coast Guard and Merchant Marine, they all ask the same 3 questions. Hey, were you in CAP? Did you go to encampment? And did you get your Mitchell Award? Okay, if you do so, like at the Air Force, Army, and Navy academies, there are 13,000 applicants every year. You immediately go above well over 3,000 of them that cannot answer that question.
Wow.
And any one of those questions. If you go in enlisted to the Air Force or any branch, you'll come out with 2 stripes on your shoulder instead of 0 stripes.
Wow.
And you know how long it takes to earn those stripes when you're in the military? 18 months. How long did it take you to make Cadet Second Lieutenant? 18 months. In other words, the military sees the importance, the value, and the level of quality of the cadets in this program, and they say, we're going to honor that. You're going to come out with 2 stripes on your shoulder out of basic training.
Okay, so now if you want to go into the military, you want to join the military a rank above.
Yeah.
That's a great CAP is a great place to start, but
it also helps the civilian.
I've got a kid who doesn't want to go in the military. Why would he join the CAP if he's not looking at a military
Fabulous
career?
question, and a very important one, because quite frankly, about 85% of the kids don't go into the military. So here's what we do for them. If you come up to us and you're going to go for Cadet Senior Airman, you have to pass a board. What is that board? It's a drill test, a professionalism test, and other military and aviation technical tests. Okay, you pass all those, but you got to come before me and 2 other cadets, or me and 2 other seniors, and pass this board. So there's a little bit of extra effort there, because you have to critically think, you have to think on your feet, you have to be able to articulate your thoughts real good and be able to pass this board. So here's the gift to every cadet that comes and makes Second Lieutenant. By the time you make all the boards required for Cadet Second Lieutenant, you've essentially gone through 11 job interviews. Wow. Now, I defy you. Did any of you have any mock job interviews, even in high school? I didn't. You know, and here it is. We're preparing them for the world on a level that a lot of other organizations don't. This is no disrespect to them. This is just what we do, and we enjoy doing that. These kids are fantastic.
And when your kids can
confidence.
Oh, exactly.
That's what I see you're giving to them.
Let me tell you, I've
creating for them to earn.
I've met many a young turtle that comes out of that shell pretty quickly after a while, and all of a sudden they're the ones out there coming. But I'll tell you, you want a real joy sometimes? Watching a 16 or 17-year-old boy come in and have to take orders from a 13-year-old girl because she's been in the program and is ahead of them, and it's fantastic. And that dynamic's important. Professionalism between the 2 and that kind of thing raises it up. It was a 14-year-old girl right over here in Hangar D that actually prevented a security issue with which Lakeland Police was involved, and they congratulated her, shook her hand. We've already put a press release out about it. And we had another young man over here that intervened on a safety condition so that a man didn't walk in front of a moving airplane. This is what these kids are good at.
That's important. And what I was getting at, and again, if my kid doesn't want a military career, but he wants to learn, he can join the CAP.
Learn to fly.
That's the primary. You can learn to fly as a CAP cadet, and I'm not sure, what does it cost to learn to
let's
fly
put it
as
this
a
way. You're
cadet?
going to be $45 to start and $45 a year for the cadet. Let me tell you what that gets you. 5 free flights in a powered aircraft, 5 free flights in a glider. That in and of itself is far and exceeding what you're spending.
Gosh, yes.
You can become an aviation cadet, get identified as such, rent our airplanes. Now, I'm not 100% sure on the cost. I remember the last cost being somewhere between $35 and $45 an hour plus fuel, which is still very, very cheap for a Cessna 182 with a Garmin 1000 in it, and the instructor must be free. They cannot charge you. And a cadet can go all the way to their license in that airplane, roughly getting their license for half the cost.
Which in and of itself is, and then besides that, they are coming in when they're a CAP cadet.
Yeah,
they are learning respect.
Yes,
they are learning
learning
self-worth,
honor.
Yeah, they are learning honor. They are learning confidence. You said, you take the turtles.
Yeah.
And of course, by being turtles, at first I thought maybe that was a nugget joke. They call nuggets in the Navy. The Navy is called nuggets, but turtle, he just means a shy, reserved kid.
That's right.
Come out of his shell. Now you get 5 flights, but let's say that there is you guys are called up because a plane is missing.
Right.
Somebody's overdue.
The kids
and you
go
guys are
through some
flying out there.
fantastic training. It's our search and rescue training is almost unparalleled. The kids will learn how to use emergency locator transmitter devices, ELT searchers. They'll go and search teams. They'll use drone operations. They will actually get certified in drone operations, certified in search and rescue. They will get medals and ribbons related to a find and that kind of thing. So these are important distinctions for young men and young women that you don't see in a lot of other organizations. And they follow the 4 core values. Okay, the Air Force started the core values under General Fogelman with integrity first, service before self, and excellence in all we do. Well, ours are integrity and service, volunteer service, and the other 2 follow the same ones as the Air Force. But the volunteer service, respect is the next one. And when you have that, you have what you need to make a cadet that's, what you need for a top shelf cadet that comes into your program and then goes on, regardless of going into the civilian world or into the military world.
David, give me in about 30 seconds. Let's do a recap of one of your more memorable CAP cadets coming into the program and how it changed their lives.
We had a young woman, a cadet, Emily Irish, and I'm speaking openly of her because I know her very well. She is now in the United States Air Force. How do I know this? I was at the 109th Airlift Wing for over 24 years flying C-130s to Antarctica and to Greenland, but I was also very much involved in the local unit and was its commander. Emily came to us a very shy, a very introverted type of girl. Her brother was in the program, but guess what? Through this program, by the time she was done, she was the cadet commander of that squadron. She is now a senior. Actually, she's almost a staff sergeant now at the 109th Airlift Wing and is already deployed to Antarctica and to Greenland multiple times. This is a young woman who knew what she wanted to do. I had 2 other girls. One went on to Baylor, and she's now a lawyer. One went on to the Air Force Academy. It was amazing.
Wow. Steve, now here on the grounds, do you guys actually have a display or an area people can find you on the grounds?
We're right over by the Aero Club here at Lakeland Aero Club, and you can go to GoCivilAirPatrol.com. GoCivilAirPatrol.com. You'll get everything you need and all the contact information. Put in your zip code, you'll find your local squadron.
All right. Thank you very much for being here, sir. We appreciate it. David Panzera, I apologize.
Worries. Good to go.
We're going to a break. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Hello, this is Russ Rosleski from the Stuck Mike Avcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba. Yes, hydration is everything. So what happens in the sun? Our bodies perspire to keep us at 98.6, and that warm breeze across our face evaporates water from our bodies, too. And those caffeinated beverages are diuretics, which means that when we drink them, we can become dehydrated. So stay ahead of the curve by drinking water all throughout your stay here at Sun and Fun. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Bernie Little Distributors delivers a wide variety of Anheuser-Busch products as well as many specialized local and national craft beers. Also known for the Miss Budweiser hydroplane racing boat, Bernie Little Distributors has been an Anheuser-Busch distributor for over 50 years. From original Budweiser to the latest craft beer or cider, Bernie Little Distributors has what you want. Go to BernieLittleDistributors.com to find the drinks for your next get-together.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor Moto Art. If you're looking to own a piece of aviation history, plane tags might be just what you're in search of. Each collectible plane tag is made from the skin of a real decommissioned aircraft. Would you like to own a piece of an Airbus or a Boeing? Maybe a Grumman Goose, Convair or MiG, Chinooks to Hueys, and Bonanzas to Starships too. Each oval plane tag is handcrafted with respect for the aircraft that it came from and the stories it carries with it. You can see the whole collection of plane tags at the Moto Art booth, N49 in the North Exhibit area, or online at planetags.com.
Every afternoon, Tuesday through Sunday, Sun and Fun is proud to present the Daily Air Show, brought to you by Shell and AOPA. You can join us at the flight line for exciting air show performances with highly skilled pilots flying all types of aircraft. The Daily Air Show lineup includes a variety of aircraft such as ultralight paramotors, gliders, World War II fighter planes, modern aerobatic and race planes, as well as military fighter jets. The displays of masterful flying will delight the crowd every afternoon all week long.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks SkySpot Advertising of Lakeland for their continued support. SkySpot Advertising uses a high-tech LED lighting system under the wings of their aircraft to create a unique, effective, and affordable way for you to get your message across. All across the sky, that is. If you're looking to proclaim your love, give a shout out, or promote your business, SkySpot advertising is a powerful and unforgettable way to target audiences from Tampa to Orlando. You can see SkySpot advertising in action right here at Sun and Fun every night. You can also check out their YouTube channel, SkySpot Ads, or their website, skyspotadvertising.com.
Welcome to Sun and Fun. We want everybody to have a great time this year, but there are a few simple rules to be followed. Please be careful around all moving airplanes. Spinning propellers are very dangerous and hard to see. Please make sure your lawn chairs are attended at all times so they do not blow into aircraft or injure people. Please closely supervise your children at all times. No smoking or food is permitted on the flight line. Pets are only allowed in the campground and must be leashed. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba. You know, Sun and Fun is synonymous with being outside and walking considerable distances, and the combination of sun exposure, heat, and movement can cause physical challenges to our body. Water, shade, and rest can prevent overheating that can lead to what is known as heat stroke, aka sunstroke. Early warning signs include flushing of the face, nauseousness, rapid breathing, and headache. So pay attention to get your water, shade, and rest. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Veterans Florida helps military veterans transition to civilian life. Florida works hard to be the nation's most veteran-friendly state by providing powerful tools to take advantage of Sunshine State benefits. We connect veterans with employers eager to hire veterans in jobs using their particular military skills. We assist veterans in creating a winning resume and preparing for job interviews. Employers receive veteran recruiting assistance and may apply for our workforce training grant.
Sun and Fun hosts a Type Club tent during the fly-in. Approximately 20 Type Clubs participate, and their members are eager to share information and answer questions about their type of aircraft and how you can become a member in any of the Type Clubs. Whether you're interested in Cubs, Short-Wing Pipers, Cessnas, Blancas, or any of the other aircraft represented by their club, you won't want to miss the Type Club tent, located just across the taxiway from the Vintage Hospitality headquarters.
And now back to the Sun and Fun radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Take it away, guys.
And we're back. Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. Here with Jack. Jack, who do we have on the deck with us today?
Today we're going to, I'll tell you what, let me steal the spotlight for just 30 seconds and go back a few years. Central Florida Aerospace Academy, host of 350 students. Of those 350, we have probably less than 50 young ladies. My daughter at the time was very interested in making herself stand out a little bit more, so she says, Dad, I want to join this group called Women in Aviation. All right, how do we do that? We went to the first meeting of that year. She got involved, and she's now the current president of the local chapter. Wow. So it is such an amazing group to be able to, have these ladies and gentlemen. I'm the dad of the group, outreach chair, having a very good time. So, but to understand the opportunities they have to bring a community together with the involvement of understanding this is not just pilots that these young ladies can get involved in. There's just so many different avenues with this membership opportunity. So today, again, with Women Shine, we have Miss Kelly Murphy, the Director of Communications for WAI, and Miss Allison McKay, the CEO. So thank you, ladies, for coming on the deck.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. Absolutely. So, Kelly, we've got, we were talking just a minute ago, but there's a special feature that the group can actually participate in this week with tickets still available. So I'm going to let you, announce that.
Sure. So we're always happy to be here at Women Shine. And tomorrow we will have our annual Sun and Fun Connect lunch at noon at Prop 75, new location in air conditioning, right across from our hangar, which is Hangar A, booth 57. Tickets are still available, but going fast, so please come by today, our booth, and purchase those. And we're going to have a great speaker from Piedmont Airlines, Lisa Julian, and she's actually an aircraft maintenance technician. And I want to bring that up because Allison McKay, our CEO, who's here today, is going to tell us, really, WAI is 16,000 members around the world with 165 chapters. You noted that, Jack, the local chapter here. But our mission really begins at an early age and takes you through your whole career progress in all aspects of aviation. So, Allison.
Yeah, thanks for queuing that up. I think that's a very important aspect of this organization, is that we support all women in aviation and in aerospace. I am not a pilot, nor am I a maintenance technician. I came into this industry doing sales and marketing for an airplane seat manufacturer. And from there, I went to a manufacturer of aircraft equipment, and I did a number of different jobs there. I think this industry has so many possibilities for career progression. You never know where your career is going to take you in this industry, and I think that's the benefit of being a part of this crazy, wild industry. But WAI is really focused on getting young women into the industry from a young age. So we start with our Aviation for Girls programming. We have Girls in Aviation Day, obviously, is the cornerstone of that at the end of September every year, worldwide events. But we were really focused on how do you build out content throughout the years to keep girls engaged. So last June, we created a youth membership category. So anybody under the age of 18, it's completely free to join the organization.
New news for me. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't want cost to be a barrier for anyone to get interested in the industry. We publish Aviation for Girls magazine, which Kelly is the editor for, and now we're up to two publications a year, which is really exciting. And we've also brought on a youth programs manager, so we have online content, digital content, solely directed to youth ages 8 to 18.
Now, I know that Women in Aviation is gender inclusive.
100%.
Does that mean that I can join the girls' youth program even if my plumbing's different?
Of course. We are,
of course. That's
we
the
are an
answer I wanted to hear.
organization that is for everybody. 20% of our membership is identifying as male. We need allies in this industry, obviously, as you mentioned earlier. We are still a very small percentage of the overall demographic, and so we need allies to support us to progress in our career.
That's great. Kelly, kind of give us a background as far as the beginnings of Women in Aviation. You know, how far back have we gone in time to, get this organization started?
Right. Well, we actually started as a conference, thanks to our founder, Dr. Peggy Chabrian. So for 4 years, we met as a conference, Women in Aviation Conference.
I have to do it. And I was there at the second one because my husband saw an ad in Popular Science, a half-inch ad, and said, "Women in Aviation, that's you." And we went together to the second conference, and that's how I developed my life that's built around your organization.
Well, that's fantastic. Look, a male got you interested in the industry and invested in this organization.
And when I walked into United Airlines as an aircraft mechanic, my manager pulled me aside and kind of, hush, hush. I want you to join this organization, Robin. I am a member. Women in Aviation.
That's fantastic. And I think especially aircraft maintenance technicians are 3%, or under 3% are women, and that hasn't really changed over the last few decades. And so this organization also is built on creating a network and a community. And that's really important if you're the only woman doing a job in your organization, is how do you identify with other women who are doing the same thing and seek partnership and community? And Kelly referenced the conference, right? So we just completed our February conference in Long Beach, California, and we had over 4,500 of our closest friends together to really just create a network and a community of support.
And it's a total career conference because, like our career events here, you are learning about other people's jobs.
Yes.
And I know so many people who started going to the conference as a student and walked out as somebody's assistant.
Yeah.
And an association, I started Association for Women in Aviation Maintenance. We found out that there were other wrench turning women only by going to the conference. So it fills my life like this all year.
Yeah.
Well, part of that conference experience, too, is obviously our scholarship program and the amount of scholarships we award every year. And I know, Allison, this is one of her trademarks to talk about giving back those resources to these young girls so they can get started. So why don't we talk about our scholarships?
So to date, we've given away over $15.4 million. Not
Wait,
just women.
Say, yeah, right.
Say that again?
$15.4 million.
Million.
Wow.
At this
Count the
conference,
zeros.
we gave away over $860,000 to all professions in this industry, not just pilots and maintenance technicians, engineers, air traffic controllers.
Yeah. And
the-
it's stuff money can't buy.
Yeah.
You cannot get into these courses unless you're chosen by your company or you get a scholarship.
So our next cycle opens on July the 1st, and it'll
Coming
close
up.
in the middle of October. I think it's so important to just stress, apply. You have nothing to lose. Don't hem and haw over whether you're the best or this or that. just apply. It's usually an essay and an application and maybe some of your credentials, but you have nothing to lose from taking a little bit of your time to apply.
Hello, this is Russ Rose.
What? No.
Sorry.
Just keep going. Sorry about
for
that.
that.
Little technical
Sorry, I
error.
thought we were off to commercial.
No.
All the information is on our website, wai.org.
And having been someone who had to have people push me, turn to somebody you like and say, I'm thinking about applying for this scholarship. And when their eyes light up, do it. Because scholarships go without any applicants.
Right.
Yeah, and that was one of the big things too when I was in school. Is like I wish I would have took the time to do more scholarship opportunities. But there's definitely, that's what I tell my daughter too. She's going to be 7 in the next couple of months, and she's showing an interest in aviation, and it's like this is the time to do it.
And I think you want to feed that interest. She's got a little spark lit right now, and how do you keep it going? And so that's really where we come in. And so I would say, again, go to our website, sign her up for the junior membership. She's going to get her own mail with the magazine, and she's going to get access to some of these webinars that we feature different women that are doing unique jobs in this industry. I think the last one we just did was just a week ago on balloonists.
Yeah.
Who would have even thought, right, that's a career? So I think that it just opens their eyes to the possibility.
Yeah, I have a friend in Traverse that's a balloonist.
Yeah.
And she flies balloons with her husband. Yeah.
I crew.
Yeah.
Started at Albuquerque and have balloonists near me, but not about me. It's about how young can we get our girls involved in this organization?
And there's no age minimum. So I think what's important to note is that the research shows that we have to start earlier and earlier getting girls engaged in aviation and aerospace, and that's really where we come in is while we are targeting 8 and above, right? You have a 5-year-old little sister, bring her with you,
Oh, yeah.
The other thing I'll just add to that real quick, our Aviation for Girls app is free and downloadable, has hundreds of hours of videos, hands-on activities. So if you can get a digital platform, you can access that content and share that with your daughter.
Yeah, I'll definitely consider that for sure.
Allison Kelly, we appreciate your time here today for Women Shine. Women in aviation, we have astronauts, we have captains, we have teams of captains together, we have NOAA, we have all kind of females in this industry that are, because of you, together building this career path for all of them. So we thank you for your time. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow as we continue the series.
Thank you.
We're going to commercial break.
Hello, this is Piper Rose Lusky from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
AOPA is eager to get the airshow season started and get back out there and mingle. Along with Sun and Fun and AirVenture, AOPA will be hosting a new kind of regional events in 2022 with a more casual and laid-back feel. These events will offer educational seminars, aviation displays, and aerial entertainment at a local airport near you. Stay tuned for locations and dates to be announced soon. You can visit AOPA.org and stop by the AOPA tent at Sun and Fun and find out more about how AOPA continues to work hard and to protect and promote general aviation for you.
Hey kids, are you interested in learning about science or parachutes? If you are between grades K through 6, you can attend a Piedmont Aerospace Labs workshop. These exciting labs run from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily in the Kids Zone, located at the front entrance. The Kids Zone is also packed with many more cool aviation-themed activities, including a rock wall, obstacle course, space shuttle slide, combat trainer, and much more. Remember, the Kids Zone is located near the front entrance. For more information about ride ticket requirements and prices, visit flysnf.org.
Do you like light sport airplanes? Do you enjoy building aircraft or thinking about wanting to build one? Well, Zenith Aircraft has a kit for you. They have an aircraft that can fit your light sport needs and budget. Zenith Aircraft have multiple engine options along with many different kits including STOL that you can choose from depending on your personal needs. Zenith Aircraft have been manufacturing and marketing aircraft kits from its modern production facility located in the United States and continue to bring you top-notch aircraft kits with over 2,000 kits sold since 1974. With a wide array of customers across the United States and from around the world, Zenith Aircraft is the leading manufacturer of light sport aircraft kits with a proven commitment to builders and owners. You can visit Zenith Aircraft to get more information on these amazing kits at booth MD26B.
Sun and Fun, thanks to our sponsor, Visit Central Florida. When you land in Polk County, you've landed in Florida's sweetest spot. From theme parks and events to the arts, culture, sports, or fine dining, let us be your launch pad to your next adventure. You can stop by the Visitor Information Center here on site or fly over to their website, visitcentralflorida.org, for more information.
Hello, aviators. We have a message from pilot Jim G. You are cleared to land on your own private runway. Beautiful Leavitt Airport NH-38 is now for sale. This 53-acre property includes a 3-bedroom home, large aircraft hangar with workshop, a 4-car garage, and your very own 1,900-foot FAA-registered private runway. All on a picturesque hillside with sweeping mountain and valley views in New Hampshire's scenic White Mountains. Photos, specifications, and more information are all available at nh38.com. That's right, nh38.com.
While we all have good views of the action here at Sun and Fun, if you're a professional photographer looking for the best views possible, then you will want to check out the preferred photo seating area. This area allows an unobstructed view of the air show and other event activities. It's located adjacent to the preferred seating along the flight line and the air show announcer stand, so you know that's where the best of the action is. There is an extra fee of just $30 in addition to the event admission, and more details are available at flysnf.org.
It's more important than ever to quit smoking. Tobacco-Free Florida, sponsor of the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, offers tools and services that are free and proven to help you quit. Quit smoking on your own terms with its Quit Your Way program. Quit Your Way offers phone, web, and group quit services to Floridians in every county, regardless of insurance status. Free nicotine replacement therapy, like the patch or gum, are also available. More information is available at tobaccofreeflorida.com.
Are you looking for a part or an instrument to help you complete your latest project? If so, you could come down to the Parts Exchange and see if they have something that fits your need. Not building anything? That's okay. You can come out and add to your memorabilia collection or find that next office, studio, or living room aviation piece. The Parts Exchange is your place for aviation parts and pieces for whatever it is you desire to use them for. The Parts Exchange is located in Hangar E.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Polyfiber. You personally can fabric cover your aircraft affordably and hassle-free. Polyfiber can show you how. You can get hands-on aircraft fabric covering experience by the best in the business by attending a free Polyfiber workshop every day at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. located in the Fabric Building in the workshops area. You can also stop by the Polyfiber booth in Building A and talk to a Polyfiber technical specialist directly. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of quality avionics from name brand manufacturers to keep pilots, aircraft owners, and operators flying. With a comprehensive inventory and its helpful and knowledgeable avionics experts, you're sure to find everything you need in avionics, ADS-B solutions, instruments, headsets, pilot supplies, panel design, avionics repair, and more. And their lowest price guarantee means you'll never overpay. You can visit Gulf Coast Avionics in Hangar Delta or on the web at gulfcoastavionics.com.
If you love a great fish fry, you won't want to miss the Vintage Fish Fry this Friday. Tickets are on sale all week, but they go fast, so don't wait. You can get more information or purchase tickets at the Vintage Headquarters building located near the East Exhibit Gate.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. Back here on the deck with Jack, and we have with us high school and aviation programs. Is it Radic, Hannah, and Lucas, correct?
That's right.
How are you guys today?
Oh, doing fine. Couldn't be better.
From Questar 3, right? Questar 3.
Questar 3, yeah.
One of the things as a parent of a high school, 2 high school students, actually, let me correct that. Now 3 high school students that are actually going through an aviation program is expressing the news to others that are already, captains, piloting, of course, Randy here being a pilot as well, is I wish I had that opportunity. I can't tell you how many times I've heard that from the older crowd as far as being able to start from a high school level to be educated, to learn, and have some extra funding, maybe some scholarships, or, the high school take care of it. So we're about to hear some of those experiences from the young level, I believe, and how we're getting started into aviation before a career has even started.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm the teacher there. I've been, teaching aviation for almost 2 decades now. Actually, over 2 decades. And I started in September there was, to make a long story short, I kind of retired. I used to be with EAA, and then I was looking around and I said, no, retirement is way too boring. Let's do something. So, I applied for the job. I got it. I wasn't actually even expecting it. But let me tell you, it's such a joy to be able to work with young people.
Absolutely. Now, you said there. Now, exactly where is this location at?
Okay, yeah, you're absolutely
No, all
right.
good,
We
all good.
are in Hudson, New York. And that's upstate New York. And this is the only program in the country that actually pays fully for their flight training.
Wow.
So students come in, they enroll as junior level, and from that point on, they don't have to pay a single penny, and they have access to unlimited hours of flight training.
Oh my gosh.
So we spoke a little bit before the on-air segment here, and I understand it's a magnet program. You draw students from the surrounding areas,
surrounding school districts.
So-
That is correct. So I think we have like 6 or maybe 7 school districts that we have students coming from.
Quickly qualifying to get in this program, if you're in that area, what do prospective students need to do to qualify for this?
We actually have some, vetting process. So they basically need to maintain good grades, A. Then they need to tell us why they want to do it.
Hannah,
And
Lucas,
then-
we see you here as well,
Yeah.
just, incorporating all this. So we're going to ask you specifically, nice and calmly, what brought you into this aviation interest? Hannah, you first.
I definitely say that I always wanted to do something that not a lot of people do. I wanted to be in a field that I felt like was pretty tight-knit, and I don't really have any family members that are in the aviation industry, so I saw this as an opportunity to take and just go with it. And I want to be a commercial pilot, so this gives me a perfect opportunity to, have my flight training, my private pilot flight training paid for, and then I can move forward from there. But yeah, that's kind of what brought me in, was I wanted to do something that, I knew that I would be able to travel and, have a lifestyle that I wanted.
You're a high
traveling.
school senior, junior? What?
I'm a high school senior.
Senior, okay.
Perfect. Yes.
And Lucas?
So I've been around airplanes my whole life. My father, he works at the local airport in Hudson, and my grandmother was a part of the Civil Air Patrol. And I've always wanted to be around airplanes, and so I think being a pilot was the best way to do it. You get to explore the world, fly to new destinations, and I think that when I heard about Questar and the program, it was a great step in becoming a pilot, and I hope to become a commercial pilot eventually. And I'm very blessed to not have to pay for anything for the private pilot.
Yeah.
And I get this opportunity to get it for free, and I couldn't let that down.
That's a great opportunity. No, get this. It's just the private pilot rating that you guys pay for, correct?
That is correct.
Okay,
At
okay.
this moment, we are planning on adjusting that program slightly and making it up to instruments.
Okay, that
at
would
some
be
point.
huge
But they
step.
also
Yeah.
get college credits.
Oh, perfect.
So
Yeah.
when they apply to local community colleges, they come in already with 4 credits, and that puts them ahead of the game.
Yeah.
And then they can look for other flight schools, and they can transfer from community college to other colleges.
That's awesome. That's a really cool program.
How many students are in the program right now?
Right now we have 23 students.
Okay.
And we like to keep it at that level because
More one-on-one.
Yes,
Not
I
too
don't
overcrowded
want
then.
to
Excellent.
have a class of 30 and try to do it that way. I teach ground school, and then every day I have 2 students going to a local airport and get their flight training.
Now, between the private pilot aspects of it, and of course we're talking about commercial as well, is there any other programs that are being taught as well? Drones, unmanned, anything like that as well?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have drone section. It's very interesting because I came in without Part 107 certificate. Of course, as a CFI, I could easily add it on, but actually I decided to go the full route and take a full test just to see what they have to go through. So, it would make it easier for me to teach. And I got Part 107. We have some nice drones. at school level, and that we can fly. And every Friday I take my drone students to local parks, and then we practice drone flying.
Now, Hannah, you said that nobody really pushed you into aviation. You didn't have any family members or anything, but do you have friends that are a little jealous maybe of, as far as like, look what she's doing,
And
look how
they
far
should.
she's gotten. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's really.
I definitely do. I know that I try to share my experiences on social media, and I have often a lot of friends that, comment and say, wow, I wish I could do that. And I was like, well, I'm sorry. I wish you could have had the opportunity. But, when I heard about it, my first thing was, okay, I need to make sure that I'm prepared to be able to go into my interview, do well with that, do well, get good grades. And luckily for me, this program has put me a semester ahead in college. So I will only be in my community college for about 1.5 years compared to 2 years.
Excellent.
That's a huge deal. Like when you're
Oh my
going to
gosh,
college.
yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big thing, So, high school for me, I just went to a normal high school, but the benefit to that was they paid for dual enrollment. So I was able to get all my ground schools done and covered.
Yeah.
So that was a huge step in the cost. But just to waive that whole private pilot cost is just absolutely insane.
Well, as you guys know, you guys are now ambassadors for aviation, and that's exactly what you're doing. You're influencing your friends and even your family. I came from the same sort of background. I have a very large family. I'm the only pilot in my very large family. So you're mentors now and ambassadors for aviation. So it's very cool, and spread the word, because we certainly need pilots, mechanics, all of the support personnel and staff. For every plane flying, there's dozens of people behind the scenes.
Absolutely.
It's not just the pilot and the mechanic, it's dozens of people behind the scenes doing it. So congratulations, and it is a fantastic opportunity you guys are taking advantage of.
And thank you, educators. We appreciate
Yeah.
all your
Thank
giving.
you. And
Yeah,
also, I
absolutely.
want to take this opportunity quickly to thank our school staff and our principal for help to make this trip to Sun and Fun possible, because
It's great.
that is a lot of support.
And where can we find you at online and for them to get more information?
Okay, that's questor.org.
Okay, awesome.
Very
Definitely.
straightforward.
Yeah, that's a great program with a lot of good things to offer. So do appreciate having you guys here
Absolutely.
today. Keep
Thank you.
influencing the younger generation.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba from Health Quest Radio, Chicago. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio at WPEP, that's 1510 on your AM dial. You can catch us live and online at liveatc.net/SNF. So stay with us. More coming right up.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio, across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
If you love all things Italian, you won't want to miss the Vintage Spaghetti Dinner this Wednesday. Tickets are on sale up until dinner time, but they go fast, so don't wait. You can get more information or purchase tickets at the Vintage Headquarters building, located near the East Exhibit gates.
AV Nation wants to hear about your journey. What was your aha moment when you knew that aviation was for you? You can stop by the AV Nation display at the Lakeland Aero Club hangar or jump on AV Nation's tram during the Expo to share your journey to help the next generation of leaders. AV Nation is a digital and print magazine focused on attracting, educating, and empowering youth in aviation. You can join the conversation at avinationusa.com or on social media at avinationusa.
Are you an early riser or just want to get started early and take in all of what Sun Fun has to offer? If so, you should come and check out the balloon launch and see balloons in all shapes, sizes, and colors. Daily limited demonstration flights starting at 0700 in Paradise City by commercial firms. You can have your fill of balloons daily. Also, you can see them in the night air shows, and don't forget about the big event, Balloon Race from the main flight line. All excitement begins Saturday between 0630 and 0800. For more information, you can visit the Sun and Fun website at www.flysnep.org.
Hello, aviators. We have a message from pilot Jim G. You are cleared to land on your own private runway. Beautiful Leavitt Airport NH-38 is now for sale. This 53-acre property includes a 3-bedroom home, large aircraft hangar with workshop, a 4-car garage, and your very own 1,900-foot FAA-registered private runway. All on a picturesque hillside with sweeping mountain and valley views in New Hampshire's scenic White Mountains. Photos, specifications, and more information are all available at nh38.com. That's right, nh38.com.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Shoreline Aviation Insurance. Shoreline Aviation Insurance has a broad aviation background. Chances are, if you're doing it in aviation, they've done it. This experience helps them be a resource to their clients, not just sell a policy. They've owned and operated both piston and turbine aircraft. They are very experienced instructors and even owned a flight school for many years. They have operated a Part 135 operation, and they currently own an antique warbird on floats, as well as the experimental glass air that Glenn built. All of this experience is what they call the Shoreline Advantage. You can learn how to put the Shoreline Advantage to work for you at shorelineaviationinsurance.com.
As GA pilots, we understand the need for proficiency but sometimes lack the resources to accomplish it. That's where Redbird Pro comes in, a new app that measures your proficiency in 9 key areas to generate a personalized training plan full of articles, quizzes, and simulator scenarios that address the weakest parts of your flying. Redbird Pro is available in the App Store and Google Play. You can visit Redbird for more information at booth N76 or online at redbirdflight.com.
Sun and Fun offers many services for our handicapped guests. Handicap parking is available near the registration building. Please let the parking attendant know so they can wave you onto the lot. We have a golf cart that will shuttle people from the handicap parking lot to the ticketing window or the scooter rental. You can bring your own wheelchair or scooter, or we have them available for rent on a daily basis near main registration. Please visit the Handicap Services office located on the west side of the admissions building in the main gate plaza, or go to flysnf.org for more information.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Honda Generators, the official generator of Sun and Fun. Be sure to visit the Honda display directly across from Sunset Grill to see the all-new Honda EU 3200i generator. Weighing less than 60 pounds and capable of running a 13.5 BTU air conditioner, it's the perfect power source for your RV. More information is at powerequipment.honda.com.
Let your career take flight with Piedmont Airlines. As a premier regional carrier of American Airlines, Piedmont offers an unprecedented pilot experience bonus, a maintenance tuition payment program, industry-leading benefits, and free travel on the largest airline in the world. Piedmont has something for every aviation enthusiast interested in seeking a career. Are you looking for more information? Stop by booth A42 to talk to a Piedmont recruiter. We can't wait to show you everything Piedmont has to offer.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by the E3 Aviation. I'm joined on the deck here with Jack and Randy Still, and then we also have a guest here with us, Greg Ledbetter with PS Engineering Incorporated. How are you doing today, Greg?
I'm doing great. We're happy to be here at Sun and Fun. It's always fun to come down here. The weather is always nice. And today's just a beautiful day, and the crowds are here.
It was northern Michigan weather this morning. You know, T-shirt weather for us up there. At 59 degrees and a little bit of breeze.
We got 20 feet of sun right now.
I'll take this, though. I'll take this all day long.
It's a gorgeous day. It's a beautiful day.
So, yeah, we're here with Greg, and I noticed on your card it doesn't have a title. And
right.
My cards never had titles either, because there's a level of deniability. If you get asked this question you're not prepared for, you don't want to answer, well, you can fall back on, let me get back with you. But, Greg, you don't have a title, which is fine.
Right. Well, no, I do a little bit of everything. I do sales, technical support, sometimes I even clean the bathrooms. You never know. So, no, I do a little bit of everything at PS Engineering. I've been there 31 years. I got to see that's kind of the start of the company and has it grown to where it is now. So, having a direct title, I do a lot of business development, in the recent year or two.
Well, you guys don't know this that are listening, but I have a history with this company, and they do quite a bit of development, research and development, and innovations in sound and PS Engineering sound innovations and installations. And so tell us a little bit about that, about where you came from, and then we'll talk about where you're going.
Absolutely. That's always been our goal, is to not be a Me Too company, but always kind of be an innovator in audio systems. This is all we do, is audio panels and intercoms. We don't focus on the glass cockpits or the GPSs or radios. We focus on what we're experts at, and that's audio systems. So yeah, everything from the very beginning when we came out with an intercom that had dual volume and squelch controls, to adding stereo music to audio systems or intercoms. We've always been the kind of pushing the envelope for doing that.
Yeah, what was that cliche we used earlier when we were talking? Often imitated, but never what? Duplicated.
Duplicated.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. So that's been the course for us.
Well, you've got quite a list here of new products that you have coming online.
Right.
A lot of us are familiar with what you've done. Let's talk about what you're doing.
Right. So the thing that we're kind of, or make everybody aware of, we do have plug-and-play products for legacy audio systems. Believe it or not, I mean, we've been designing audio panels for 25 years. So as those starting to age out and you don't want to invest too much money in getting them repaired, you have the opportunity to do plug-and-play swap-out. Whether it be from our legacy PMA 6000s or 7000s, or even the Garmin GMA 340 audio panel, which is no longer being repaired, you have opportunities to do plug-and-play swap-outs without having to rewire the whole aircraft. So
yeah. So that's a question. You led right into my next question. Was we can use the existing wiring and rack, audio rack that's there. You pull out the old one, and the new part plugs right in. You're STC certified for these airplanes?
Yeah, TSO. I mean, all of our stuff has TSO approval, so it allows you to go to your avionics shop, tell them which version of audio panel or PS engine you like to have, and they can do a quick swap out and do a logbook entry.
That makes life so much easier. As somebody that flies somebody with somebody else and helps with their maintenance and everything else like that, that makes life a lot easier.
It does, yeah, and a lot of our, all of our customers appreciate that. We're trying to keep the cost of the, avionics as cheap as possible for the audio panel system.
Yeah.
Bluetooth and interfacing with different headsets and audio sources, music. Tell us a little bit about those innovations.
Right. So I want to jump into something called Intel Audio. Intel Audio is a dimensional sound. We can't take credit for the design. It was designed by the loud airplane.
Yeah.
It was designed by the United States Air Force, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The scientists actually designed it, and then we actually integrated it into our audio panel. But what it allows you to do, you're allowed to have COM1 in a dimensional location at the 10 o'clock position and COM2 at the 2 o'clock position. And that'll allow you to focus on the radio that's important and block out the other.
Very, very innovative there.
Right.
Graphic
displays. So so some of our audio panels have actually a user menu, so you can go in, you could just music distribution, music volumes. You can turn stuff on and off for different locations without having to go through a series of button presses or anything that would makes it complicated for the pilot. So we make it very easy to configure the audio system without having to have a manual.
So are these like a touch screen, or are they just with your dials kind of thing?
There's soft keys next to the screen that allows you to go through and adjust it.
Yeah, because that was my biggest complaint, especially as I was a flight instructor, with students trying to cycle through the different menu options and different things, like to be able to get things to pair, do this. Like, that's not important. So making it easy for the pilot to be able to, 1, 2 button, 2 click, be done, that's huge.
It's all about being user-friendly, the user interface. We understand that. We've been doing this long enough, so having to do multiple button presses or having to have a placard that you carry with you is very confusing to most pilots.
Yes.
Yeah. But you had brought up the Bluetooth. Yeah, we were the first company to actually add Bluetooth to the audio panel. And so right now we have audio panels with either 1 Bluetooth or 2 Bluetooths, depending on what your need is. And you may ask, why do I need 2 Bluetooth modules? Well, we have a lot of our pilots that like to have music from their phone, but get their flight
EFB
for flight from their iPad at the same time. With other audio systems, you can't do that. With PS Engineering, you can.
So we Bluetooth to our Bose or Lightspeed headset. Audio.
But you don't have to now.
But you don't. Audio and I actually flew an airplane in one of our flight schools that we Bluetooth right to the panel, and it just did that, and it cut out for all radio calls. It was beautiful.
Yeah. Real quick funny story. I was flying into Houston a couple of days ago in the Phenom 300, and it's a little busy, single pilot airplane, and I'm turning on, they gave me an intercept for the ILS or localizer, and they started giving me this long clearance about speeds and altitude at this fix, and my Amber Alert went off on my Bluetooth. Like, I couldn't hear a thing, and it's like 15 seconds. It seemed like 15 minutes, and I said, "Tower, can you repeat that?" Well, they had no idea I had an Amber Alert going off with my Bluetooth linked up cell phone, and they said, "Okay, we're gonna make it easy for you. Just proceed to the next fix." So all that to be said, so we can mute that. It's automatic mute if you have an external.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, you can go in on our systems. You can either have the ATC mute the music, everything, intercom and ATC mute the music, or nothing mute the music. So it depends on what configuration you want.
You can have source 1 and source 2, so the co-pilot or someone in back could be listening to a completely different audio source or whatever.
Right. And with our PMA 450C audio panel, you can have what we call Music 1, Music 2, Bluetooth 1, and Bluetooth 2. So if you have a satellite radio you want to listen to and passengers in the back want a different audio source than the crew, they can.
That's really nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
So where can we find you here? What barn are you in?
Right. So we're in Hangar D, and we're doing the Sun and Fun Big Brand Challenge. So we would like for all of our, there's never been a time to come, when you're at a show to check out the avionics and touch it, feel it, and listen to it. This is a great opportunity for all these pilots out here to see what they're going to buy or what they want to buy. And so we actually come by and do the Big Brand Challenge.
So PS Engineering's audio panels can wire in seamlessly with any stack that you have in your airplane, any other radios, any other transponders.
Doesn't matter the brand of avionics you have, we'll pair with it.
Fully certified.
PSO approved.
Plug and play kind of.
Got a lot of plug and play stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
Jack?
We have a question as far as the non-pilot community out here. You talk about passenger levels, having the capability to listen to something different. Are you finding that to be more and more of a request nowadays, or is that just something you guys thought we just want to offer that as well?
No, we get we brainstorm at the factory. We have our development meetings, but we get a lot of stuff back from our customers and the needs and wants. So we try to listen to our base, and so yeah, that means I can't tell you if that came from a customer or came from us, but yeah, we do allow you to do that.
Excellent. Greg, are these, and again, from the non-pilot knowledge on my database, are we looking to this be more GA aircraft, commercial aircraft, not commercial so much, maybe corporate aircraft as well?
Right. Yeah, so we actually design and develop products for GA, and everything from jets to special mission aircraft, EMS, law enforcement, and forestry. So we're pretty broad in that. So obviously we're at Sun and Fun, so we put a lot of effort in our GA for here.
Excellent.
So what barn did you say you're in? I'm sorry.
We are in Hangar D.
Hangar Delta.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any specials besides the stuff on throughout the website, of course, but any specials here at the show?
Right. So most of the specials come from our avionics shops. We have probably 10 on the field. You'll just go to them and tell them what you want, and they'll get you a good price.
Excellent. Now the avionics are being installed, of course, by local companies. Do you have any companies within a district as far as just within a state? Do you have multiple locations across the U.S.?
Yeah, so on our website, you can go to our dealer locator and just type in your zip code, and it'll pull up the dealer nearest you.
So like Wix, Spruce, Chief, Pilot Mall, Sky Geek,
some of those, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Familiar with all those companies, and like we said, you're fully STC, you're certified, plug and play.
TSO.
I'm sorry, I keep saying STC.
It's okay.
TSO, I get stuck in that mode, so that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, we've been up here today with Mr. Greg Ledbetter with PS Engineering. Greg, we thank you for your time. We thank you for being here and with Chats on the Deck. Yeah. We look forward to hearing about your product again next year, so please come back and tell us the upgrades, innovations, and continuing it on.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. We enjoy coming here. PS Engineering is a small company, so we really enjoy to come and talking about our products.
Thank you, sir. Now, Dave, is it about time for shout-outs, or we have a general announcement, or what else can we kind of talk about today as far as Sun and Fun?
Well, we're going from Ledbetter to Shellbetter, so it's going to be a better segment.
Transition.
Better segment, get a better segment.
Doesn't get
First
better.
we had Ledbetter, now we have Shellbetter. This is the better segment of the day. Dan's over there gagging. So, just to appease my friend KT. Shout-outs! It's time for shout-outs!
Yep.
I do that just to make KT happy.
Thank you.
It is time for shout-outs, and Jack made like he was going to be here with me, but then he jumped up and ran away when I started yelling. So we're going to do a shout-out.
Scaring me over here.
Our friend Tony from Mobile is listening. Tony, thank you so much for listening to us. We're glad you're out there and listening. And, yeah, brother, I miss him too. Our friends with Waco Aircraft telling us about come celebrate the 100th anniversary of Waco Aircraft at the celebration in Troy Field in Ohio, where the Waco factory, Waco, of all the airplane.
Oh, man.
Dave is not tired, is he? It's only middle of the week.
Can't use
where
that
the
as
Waco
excuse.
factory was located in 1923. Seems only fitting to have 100 Wacos gather for the 100th anniversary, since this factory produced the 100 original aircraft in 99 days, trainers for the war. This was expected to be the largest Waco gathering since 1940. Save the date, September 15th through the 17th. And you can find more info at wacoairmuseum.org.
And don't forget to go to the Waco Kitchen here at the Lakeland International Airport and get some really good food.
They have phenomenal food.
Yeah.
I've been to the one in Michigan, and I went to the factory. It's pretty awesome.
Well, the day that you stood Robert Erickson and I up, we had lunch there.
Oh, yeah.
Robert and I went to a blues press conference back in January, and Kevin
If I recall, I think
too
I was
busy to be
working,
there.
and then, Rob just happened to be down here for his birthday.
Something called job security, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Making
And
that money.
Want another quick shout out here, and who is this from? Hello, everyone. We are AFAC Aviation. Get to know us at AFACCASABranca.com. You want to know what the website is? Stop by the radio station. I'll give it to you. You said, what should we shout out?
I think we should do a shout-out to Junior Ace.
I think we should do a shout-out
A brand-new
to
program that I think is taking place out here at Sun and Fun. This is a program that is year-round with the Aerospace Center for Excellence, offering STEM educational activities year-round. But this week they've got a program called Junior Ace. This is a program for the parents to have their students, young adults, come out, take participation, learn about aviation, get to go around the field, different passport opportunities, get maybe a little stamp, take a tool set home, a toolkit.
Well, now you got to, and the cool thing is they have the Junior Aces passport, and they have a bunch of activities for your Junior Aces. You get the passport stamped at each activity, finish all the activities, and there's 6 or 8 activities. You finish all the activities, you turn the passport in, and they give you, and this is not a play school plastic screwdriver kids tool set. This is a real tool set, metal tool set, metal toolbox. Really cool thing for your kids to do. That's the Junior Aces program.
Thank you, Ace and Sun and Fun, for providing that.
And I'm going to do a quick shout out here to our friends from Aero LEDs. You can win a ride in the famous Aeroshell aerobatic team, courtesy of Aero LEDs, the premier lighting partner of the Aeroshell team. If you want to enter that, Aero LEDs is located at booth D6. I have to do a real quick shout out too, and this is a personal shout out. Today is my father-in-law's 87th birthday. Happy birthday, John Junie Pagliarillo. I hope you're having a great day.
Happy birthday, sir.
Happy birthday. Absolutely. Happy birthday.
So I'm keeping your daughter out of trouble or in trouble or something like that. But
Or is she keeping you out of trouble?
she probably more.
Okay.
She keeps me out of. She keeps me in line. But I'm going to do a quick shout out to any Recreational Aviation Foundation supporters who are, quote, wearing the orange at Sun and Fun. Look for them and ask them about the Recreational Aviation Foundation, RAF.org. Great, great, great organization. And our last one here before we step into our next interview is going to be for CFAA Planes, the Central Florida Aerospace Academy Planes. They are serving snacks and foods at a booth right outside of our Central Florida Aerospace Academy building, located by the main entrance. If you don't know, look for the airplane on the stick. 3-story building right behind it. You're good.
Absolutely.
Now we have a new guest on deck. Who wants to take it? Who wants to take the intro? Who has the cheat sheet?
Pass it around, take one down. Today we have Mr. Bill Rozek. Am I saying that correctly, Bill?
You got it.
And this is part of the B-25 flight crew, and we're located with the Delaware Aviation Museum.
Panchito. You wear a Panchito shirt.
Panchito. I've seen that so many
Beautiful
times.
airplane.
Thank you. Thank you.
And like me, it's a piece of furniture here at Sun and Fun.
That's-
People show up
that's right.
expecting to see it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So tell me about Panchito.
Well, Panchito, I encourage everybody to come over and take a look at it over here and learn more about what we do and everything. But Panchito was built in 1944. It didn't see any service in the war, but it's been meticulously maintained by Larry Kelly and everybody from the Delaware Aviation Museum. And we're here every year talking about our flight school and our living history flight rides.
And this living aviation museum that you continue to have flying throughout the entire U.S., I'm assuming.
Yeah, well,
Excellent.
primarily East Coast. We don't
There
go,
we go. Okay.
Yeah, we don't go too far west, just for economics.
There you go. Short and simple. Good flights.
Not like it costs money to put gas in these birds or anything. They love the airplane and give them gas.
The price of gas hasn't changed much. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
It still costs.
Yeah,
That's the point.
Yeah.
So, you're here to talk to us today about continuing education and advanced training. What do you guys, the museum offering that?
Yeah, we have a flight school at our museum, the B-25 flight training program, where we get a lot of pilots that qualify for it that can come there and enhance their skills. And, they come away with a new appreciation, if nothing else, of what these pilots went through in World War II. It's a different kind of flying.
Altogether.
So, people, you're amongst a select group of people in the world that are second command or pilot in command in a B-25 Mitchell.
So you said qualified people. Can I come there? I'm a high-time pilot, mid-time pilot. Can I come there and learn to fly this aircraft, or are you just recertifying existing pilots?
Well, yeah, all of the above. You've got to have your twin-engine qualification, multi-engine, obviously your medicals and everything. So I encourage people to come over and talk to Sabrina Kipp, who's the director of our museum and of the flight program, to go through all the exact information on that. But yeah,
what an opportunity!
That's awesome. Yeah,
and interestingly enough, it's been really, what's the word I want? There's so many people since the pandemic that I think they're looking for something to do, and our school is getting sold out constantly.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So what's kind of like the cost to do that?
So you can do the second command rating. That's $6,200.
Okay.
Get your type rating that way. The pilot in command is a little bit more. It's about $48,000.
Oh,
wow!
But again, you're in a select few in the world that
and then, is that something that we could come out and volunteer with your organization afterwards?
We're always looking for volunteers. That's right. Now,
Not
with those
just,
ratings,
not just pilots. You're looking for volunteers.
we're looking
like
for
everybody.
volunteers.
You're looking
I'm
for
not.
volunteers
I'm not a
every day.
pilot myself. So,
Okay.
We come out, we polish the airplane, we work on stuff. We do. You do whatever you have to do to keep them flying.
What is the course length between PSC and SIC? What are the two differences in class time?
The course length for the SIC is like 3 days.
Okay.
And the pilot in command's like 4 or 5.
Not bad at all. You're not taking a large portion out of your life, but you're learning something for the rest of your life and able to do this.
Absolutely. We get people from all over the world.
That's awesome.
That want to come there.
And then that, how much flight time is involved with that?
That's a good question for Sabrina.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good guy. I encourage everybody to come over.
Definitely want to go. Where are you located?
We're right over. They're over by the KC-135 and by the F-35 right now. So
awesome.
I don't want to throw you a curveball, but how many of these airplanes are flying? And that's getting directly into the not many of these things left flying.
Well, for B-25s, the last number I heard in the world, there might be 32, 35 of them. And, of course, unfortunately, at any given time, there might be 15 or so that are actually flying. The rest are down for maintenance or whatever.
Right.
So
right.
It's a labor of love.
Yes.
We have an outstanding piece of nose art on Panchito. Is there a good story behind that?
Yeah, Panchito was named the original guy the original Panchito, and we found out recently there were 2 Panchitos in World War II, one in Italy and the one that we're kind of modeled after in the Pacific. And Don Seiler, who was the captain of that plane, loved the old Disney cartoon, The Three Caballeros, and he loved this Banty rooster on the Three Caballeros and painted it on the side of the airplane.
Oh, funny. We were talking before about how many are flying. There were 9,800, approximately 9,800 built.
Right.
And of those, about 45 are still airworthy.
Yeah.
Amazing when you think about
That's
those. Amazing
wow.
number. But they're such a neat airplane, though. It's a cool-looking bird.
It's just a cool plane. It's kind of a race car for a medium bomber. So saw a lot of action in the Pacific.
Now, here at the show, they can go to Panchito and see, feel, touch. Can they go inside? Or is there admission that they can do to help out?
We don't want anybody going inside here at the show. But, because of how busy it is here, we normally leave the show on Sunday and go over to Kissimmee and we offer rides over there. The
Cool.
Living
Oh,
History
awesome.
Flight Experience rides. We can take 6 people at a time up on the plane.
And what's the cost of a donation to the museum, obviously?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
what's the cost? What would it cost me to get a
Yeah,
flight?
the donation to the museum is $490.
Okay.
And your whole time with the airplane typically is close to an hour. Now, you're in the air for a little bit less than 30 minutes. So we can put 3 people in the front, up by the pilots, 3 people in the back, in the waist gun seats. And once they're up in the air, if they want to, they can move around a little bit. Up in the front, one at a time if they want. They can crawl up into the nose of the plane for a couple of minutes.
Wow.
That's awesome.
And then in the back of the plane, there'll be 3 people with someone like me as a safety officer, and they can unbuckle them one at a time. We'll let them crawl back into the tail gun position so they can see where we've been.
Yeah.
Can they stand on the Bombay doors and open them? Or
No.
what?
No. There is a passageway over the Bombay doors, but that's only for emergencies.
Yeah.
We stay away from
Catwalk.
that. Yeah.
That's
Not
pretty
even.
cool, actually, when you see the movies and stuff where they show the Bombay doors opening, and you see this little and in the movies it looks like it's 4 inches wide, little catwalk right over the open Bombay.
Yeah, there's an old movie that I saw. I think it was No Time for Sergeants or something.
Great movie.
And in the plane there's a bunch of them sitting around like they're in their living room and they're smoking, and they're walking back and forth, and I'm like, no,
It doesn't work that
no.
Yeah, I watch. You see the different TV shows and stuff, and they always have they show the guys just having a conversation on the airplane. It's like, yeah, you can't do that.
No. You got to wear headphones on this airplane all the time.
Now, what is the
headphones and flight suits? There's no real climate control in there. You're
Exactly.
Didn't they during the war? They had heated flight suits and stuff because
Some
there
of the
wasn't-
airplanes did. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, some of them you can still see the outlets for that where they plugged in and that. Toward the end of the war, especially this model, we're a J model, it was a low-level plane. They were coming in at 100 feet over the water, skip bombing into the side of Japanese ships.
That's skip bombing. The movie about the dam busters was kind of did the same thing where they you're skipping a stone, you drop a bomb and watch it skip across the top of the water and hit the ship. That's
There's
pretty
some
cool
pictures
stuff.
out there that tail gunners took of other planes behind them, as they were bombing ships and pulling up. And they're just barely over the top of the ship as they're going. We've got 9 guns firing, or they had 9 guns firing forward.
We got less than 30 seconds. On the
Okay.
ground here, you're right out on the line.
Yep.
Hard to miss. Ponchito on the nose. That's a shiny silver airplane, right?
Big shiny
Can't-
airplane over there. Yep.
Can't miss it. On the web, where can they find information about you?
DelawareAviationMuseum.org.
DelawareAviationMuseum.org. We've been speaking with Bill Rozek.
Bill Rozek. Very good.
Of the Delaware Aviation Museum. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Go to break.
Thanks, guys.
Hello, this is Mike Harris from Why We Fly General Aviation Podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Do you get as hungry as I do after spending a full day immersing yourself in all things aviation? If so, you could head down to the campground and enjoy corn on the cob roasted daily, so you can come and see why this has been a Sun and Fun tradition from year one, and sit around the fire and enjoy a night of entertainment with great corn and music for everyone, located at the Sun and Fun's Convention Campground nightly.
Epic Aircraft. Now here's a company to watch out for. The E1000 is a sleek, sexy, very fast, all-carbon fiber, 6-seat, certified, single-engine turboprop with some pretty impressive performance numbers. With its 1,200 horsepower PT6 engine, this rocket ship offers a 333-knot cruise, 1,560 nautical mile range, 1,100-pound full-fuel payload, a 4,000 foot per minute climb, and a roomy cabin. It even looks fast just sitting on the ramp. You can see the remarkable Epic E1000 at outside booth number 3.
Bernie Little Distributors delivers a wide variety of Anheuser-Busch products as well as many specialized local and national craft beers. Also known for the Miss Budweiser hydroplane racing boat, Bernie Little Distributors has been an Anheuser-Busch distributor for over 50 years. From original Budweiser to the latest craft beer or cider, Bernie Little Distributors has what you want. Go to BernieLittleDistributors.com to find the drinks for your next get-together.
Get your hands dirty and learn new skills by coming to the Sun and Fun workshops. All the workshops are staffed by experienced instructors who are dedicated to home builder education. Many are builders themselves and eager to share their experience with others. Whether you're interested in wood, metal, fabric, or composite airplanes, or learning about electrical systems, welding, engines, or safety wiring, we have all this and more. These workshops are held daily from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and are free for the cost of admission. For more information and a complete listing, you can go to flysnf.org.
You are invited to be right here on the flight line Wednesday and Saturday evenings starting at 7:30 for 2 spectacular night air shows. Featured performers include some of the most beloved and some of the newest and most innovative acts. You'll see skillful, world-class, and memorable performances with breathtaking lights and pyrotechnics unlike any others. There will also be a drone light show featuring over 60 synchronized, mesmerizing drones. You won't want to miss this one-of-a-kind aerial display Wednesday and Saturday evenings.
Pilots trust Phillips 66 lubricants to keep engines running smoothly, and this week you can trust them to put the fun in Sun and Fun as it proudly sponsors every takeoff and touchdown. Visit the Phillips 66 Pilot Welcome Center and booth N30 to learn about our aviation products and get some cool giveaways. And if you need proven engine protection for the flight home, you can buy Phillips 66 Aviation Oil at a special price all week long. Phillips 66 lubricants, keeping the world running smoothly. Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Flying Eyes sunglasses and prescription eyewear are designed by pilots with comfort and functionality in mind. The temples are millimeter thin and flexible for headset compatibility with shatterproof, non-polarized lenses that offer a clear view of your instrument panel. Experience the comfort and clarity you deserve with Flying Eyes, available at booth NE40 or online at flyingeyesoptics.com.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks SkySpot Advertising of Lakeland for their continued support. SkySpot Advertising uses a high-tech LED lighting system under the wings of their aircraft to create a unique, effective, and affordable way for you to get your message across. All across the sky, that is. If you're looking to proclaim your love, give a shout-out, or promote your business, SkySpot Advertising is a powerful and unforgettable way to target audiences from Tampa to Orlando. You can see SkySpot Advertising in action right here at Sun and Fun every night. You can also check out their YouTube channel, SkySpot Ads, or their website, skyspotadvertising.com. Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Textron Aviation. If you like trivia, you can put your Cessna and Beechcraft knowledge to the test. Tell us the year any of our display aircraft were certified and you'll receive a special edition giveaway. Only at the Textron Aviation booth east of the FAA building while supplies last.
It's Dr. David Goldbaba. You know, Sun and Fun is synonymous with being outside and walking considerable distances, and the combination of sun exposure, heat, and movement can cause physical challenges to our body. Water, shade, and rest can prevent overheating that can lead to what is known as heat stroke, aka sunstroke. Early warning signs include flushing of the face, nauseousness, rapid breathing, and headache. So pay attention to get your water, shade, and rest. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation Association. Thank you, E3, for being our presenting sponsor. Thank you, Green Bay Austin Straubel, flygrb.com for being the radio sponsor, and another huge sponsor for years has been the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association, otherwise known as the AOPA. And every day here at Sun and Fun Radio, we turn control of the deck over to our friends with AOPA to have our feature Lunch with AOPA. I'm just going to go ahead and turn it over and let y'all take it.
All right, thanks so much. My name's Justine Harrison. I'm General Counsel at AOPA and also responsible for our Legal Services Program. I'm an active pilot, and I've got a colleague here who I'll let introduce himself too.
Hey, thanks for letting us be here. My name is Ian Arndt. I'm with the AOPA Legal Services Plan. I'm an in-house attorney with AOPA. I'm head of the legal lead for AOPA, proud owner of a Piper PA-12, which is about just as darn close to a Super Cub as I can make it.
All right. Well, we are both active pilots. We are always happy to help protect fellow pilots, and we're members of PPS ourselves. So the Pilot Protection Services has both legal and medical benefits, and you're a member, right, Ian?
Yeah, I think the PPS is so worth it and such a good investment that I pay for it myself out of pocket in order to keep my certificate safe.
And have you ever used the services?
I have. I've used it when I purchased my PA-12 that I mentioned earlier. I utilized the legal services plan for that, got the advice from a local attorney in my neck of the woods who advised me about how to purchase it and the contract and all kinds of things like that, and it worked out fantastic.
Excellent. Well, I've flown everything from small experimentals up to a Lear 75, and I'm currently flying an AirCam that I co-built, as well as a Diamond DA40, and I've used the services myself. I actually had a transponder failure in perhaps one of the worst places to do that, which was when I was flying through the DC SIFRA. And so ATC not being able to see where I was a little nerve-wracking. I filled out a NASA report, and the team at Pilot Protection Services looked it over, made some suggestions for edits, and I was able to turn it in and then breathe a sigh of relief. So let's talk about the investment in being an LSP member. It can pay huge dividends because we've seen plenty of cases where the difference between being able to continue to fly or continue your flying career depends on the outcome of a legal or medical issue. So can you talk a little bit about some of the types of issues that we help pilots with on a regular basis?
That's right, Justine. Thank you. By and large, the most beneficial benefit from the legal services plan side of the PPS is the enforcement coverage. The legal services plan will pay for the services of a local attorney to help you avoid or work through any type of FAR deviation, pilot deviation, FAA enforcement action. But not only is the legal services plan for enforcement actions, we have much more additional benefits, including, as I mentioned earlier, there's a benefit for aircraft transactions. There's benefits for TSA penalties, customs and border penalties. One of the most actively used benefits is for our drug and alcohol testing. If you're a pilot and you are asked to take an alcohol or a drug test, you can give us a call and we can advise you, what to expect at that test, what are the ramifications for a positive test, how to combat that, and what to expect.
Sounds great. I think there's a big misunderstanding sometimes that we're only here to help with the tough stuff and the not so fun stuff. But, the legal services plan team is available to help even when great things are happening in lives of pilots and aircraft owners. And so we help with a variety of things that people are really excited to call us about. So what are those kind of things, Ian?
Sure, yeah. As I mentioned before, aircraft transactions, if you are purchasing an aircraft, if you are selling an aircraft, you need some help, you need some advice, you need somebody to look over a contract, give us a call and we can get you pointed in the right direction. But also for if you're looking at renting a hangar or renting a tie-down space at any airport, we can review those leases before you sign them. We can also take a look at lease back. If you own an aircraft and you're leasing that aircraft back to an FBO or an airport or a flight school to be utilized, we can take a look at those agreements for you. And finally, if you're renting an aircraft from an FBO, from a flight school, we will happily review one of those agreements in-house at no charge to you.
That's great. So, one of the things that I've noticed over my career as a defense attorney defending fellow pilots is sometimes they don't know when to call us. And sometimes we see people call who have talked themselves into a problem. So one of the things I hope pilots understand is when they don't have to talk to an agency. You might want to, but you got to think it through first and figure out what are you going to talk to them about, what are the possible outcomes, and how do you want to best present that conversation if you choose to have it. So can you tell me, when do pilots have to talk to an agency?
Thanks, Justine. Importantly, almost never are you actually required to talk to a federal agency. Particularly for us as pilots, it's important to recall that the Pilot's Bill of Rights exists, and one of the specific rights that you have as a pilot is to remain silent. You do not have to talk to the FAA, nor can the FAA draw an adverse inference against you or take any adverse action against you if you refuse to participate in their investigation. Again, the translation there is you have that right to remain silent. And so the general advice is you give us a call at the first instance, the first time anything goes wrong. Call AOPA's Pilot Protection Services, and we'll get you pointed in the right direction, making sure that you're taking the appropriate steps, addressing the issue, and keeping your certificate safe.
Absolutely. The other thing is we notice sometimes people make reports that they don't need to places they don't need to. And so there's one time when you've got to do something absolutely immediately, and that is an immediate notification to the NTSB when you've had an accident. But deciding what is an accident and what's not is not straightforward. Is that something that the legal team helps with?
Yeah, absolutely. In addition to helping you determine whether you've actually been involved in an NTSB-defined aircraft accident, we can also provide additional coverage for you if you're the owner of an aircraft or if you're involved in an aircraft accident. As a pilot, we have benefits under the plan that will get you in touch with a local panel attorney, pay for some of their services to help you out. But to go back to your earlier question, yeah, the NTSB specifically defines what constitutes an aircraft accident. There are very specific definitions to include substantial damage and serious injury and things of that nature. And keep in mind that only those incidents, that meet that definition, that specific definition of an aircraft accident, or are enumerated as serious incidents in NTSB Part 830, are required to be reported. And that's the only instance where you're required to report something immediately and by the most expeditious means available, if I'm quoting that correctly off memory. Other than that, everything else can wait, and I think that's a very important thing to consider here. There's no need for you to talk to the FAA. There's no need for you to make statements to FAA, CBP, NTSB, whomever that may be, except for that immediate notification requirement for the NTSB accidents.
Now, sometimes it is in your best interest to actually talk with those folks, but it's also in your best interest to talk with us first, because you want to talk through the specific facts and circumstances and details of what you're dealing with, so we can make sure that if it makes sense for you to talk to the agencies, which often it does, that you're putting your best foot forward and you're doing so in a really thoughtful way so you can have the best potential outcome.
That's right. There's many different instances where it is actually beneficial to talk with the FAA, and I think I will actually have a presentation here with Jeffrey Smith from the FAA about this FAA's compliance program tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the FAA Forum. So if you can stop by and listen to that, I'll discuss it in more detail. But the FAA has done a fantastic job of resolving unintentional deviations from the FARs due to simple mistakes, things of that nature, through this compliance program.
So we just want to thank our 73,000 members of Pilot Protection Services. If you're an active pilot and you're not a member, please come join us. We've got something to help you with, whether you're exercising private pilot privileges or you're flying for a profession. So we're here, we're fellow pilots, we got your back, and give us a call.
Hello, this is Trevor Semino from Chart It All. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Church services. A non-denominational church service will be held on Sunday prior to the event at 9 a.m. in the MASA tent in the Light Plain Paradise City area. Daily devotionals will be held every day in the MASA tent in the Light Plain Paradise City area from 9 to 9:30 a.m. Catholic Mass will be held on Saturday of the event at 5 p.m. at the CFAA building, the high school. A non-denominational church service will also be held on Sunday of the event at 8:30 a.m. in the Light Plain Paradise City area.
Looking to enjoy the air show up close and personal? Want to be right where the action is? Come to the preferred seating area, which is located on the flight line, right in front of the announcer stand. You'll have access to restrooms, some shaded areas, bag storage, and complimentary water. Seating is provided, so you don't even need to bring your own chair. All-day access to the preferred seating area is just $25 per person in addition to the regular admission, and a separate ticket is required. More information and ticket purchases can be found online at flysnf.org.
Visit the Bahamas' vibrant and immersive booth at Hangar D, booths 20 and 21, to see how easy it is to fly to the islands of the Bahamas. Representatives from tourism, customs, and civil aviation are available, making the Bahamas booth your one-stop shop for planning your next fly-in to the 16 islands of the Bahamas.
Sun and Fun welcomes our veterans and active duty military. There is so much to see and do at the Veterans Plaza near the main entrance. You can visit the Veterans Welcome Tent, military displays, war reenactors, VA and veteran services, daily presentations in the Air America tent, live entertainment Friday and Saturday at 1700 hours, and much more.
Gary GPS Reeves, that's the guy in the pink shirt from pilotsafety.org, is an official sponsor of the Sun and Fun Educational Forums. For the best way to fly single pilot IFR with autopilots, Avidyne, ForeFlight, and Garmin, you can check out the free classes Gary is teaching this week by searching the online Sun and Fun daily schedule for Reeves or visiting pilotsafety.org.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Polyfiber. You personally can fabric cover your aircraft affordably and hassle-free. Polyfiber can show you how. You can get hands-on aircraft fabric covering experience by the best in the business by attending a free Polyfiber workshop every day at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. located in the Fabric Building in the workshops area. You can also stop by the Polyfiber booth in Building A and talk to a Polyfiber technical specialist directly.
Get your hands dirty and learn new skills by coming to the Sun and Fun workshops. All the workshops are staffed by experienced instructors who are dedicated to home builder education. Many are builders themselves and eager to share their experience with others. Whether you're interested in wood, metal, fabric, or composite airplanes, or learning about electrical systems, welding, engines, or safety wiring, we have all this and more. These workshops are held daily from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and are free for the cost of admission. For more information and a complete listing, you can go to flysnf.org.
As GA pilots, we understand the need for proficiency but sometimes lack the resources to accomplish it. That's where Redbird Pro comes in, a new app that measures your proficiency in 9 key areas to generate a personalized training plan full of articles, quizzes, and simulator scenarios that address the weakest parts of your flying. Redbird Pro is available in the App Store and Google Play. You can visit Redbird for more information at booth N76 or online at redbirdflight.com.
I'm News Channel 8's Keith Kate. Every day, a lot of news happens in the Bay Area, and where you choose to get your information matters. There's only one news operation in Tampa Bay that is always on your side, looking out for you, making sure your voice is heard, and uncovering the truth. News Channel 8. We're in your neighborhood and at your call, investigating and reporting on the stories that impact you and your family. Trust the station that is always on your side.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Travel Shoreline. Travel Shoreline offers the personal service and expertise you just can't get with the online discount services at no additional cost to you. Our travel professionals have the knowledge and expertise to do the legwork for you and can help find options you otherwise may not realize are available, ensuring a hassle-free experience. Travel Shoreline can arrange airline or private charter air travel, cruises and resort packages, ground transportation, any type of travel. They have Disney and Sandals specialists on staff, and their corporate travel management services allow the client to focus on their business. You can learn more at travelshoreline.com.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. You know, Sun and Fun is a huge volunteer-based organization. We have roughly, last time I saw a number, it was around 2,500 volunteers, 2,500 volunteers a day to make Sun and Fun happen. We thank all of our volunteers. Every one of our volunteers are special. We got a group up on deck now that ranks up just a little bit more because it's not like they jumped in the car and drove over for the day to volunteer. We have, for years, we have had our British Air cadets that come over and volunteer. They come over to volunteer here at Sun and Fun, and they provide aircraft marshaling and crowd control, and they do all kinds of cool stuff for it. And one of the neatest things, I think one of the things that's coolest about the British Air Cadets being here, nobody's paying their way. They pay their own way to come to America, to come to Florida, to do Sun and Fun, to volunteer at Sun and Fun. They're not being paid for this. They're not being ordered to do this. They want to be here, and they're paying their own way, and that's really cool. We were running a few minutes behind. I'm sure you guys had important British Air Cadet duties that got you here late. I didn't have a chance to prep with you, but Jack and Robin did. I'm going to turn this over to Jack and Robin to introduce our cadets and talk to them about the program and what they're doing here.
I'm so glad you're here. And it truly makes Sun and Fun the international place it is. I'd like you first to introduce yourself.
I'm Sergeant Barnett. I'm from London, around London, but everyone knows it as being closer to London.
And do you have a specific passion in your Royal Air Cadet? Is there something really floats your boat?
I would love to be a pilot in the RAF, yeah.
All right. And sir?
I'm Flight Sergeant Brown. I'm from a town called Tunbridge Wells, which is just south of London.
My passion, is to be a pilot, whether that be fast jets in the Royal Air Force or commercially. I'm open to both of those floors, so yeah.
I'm Sergeant Afrasini. I'm from East London, inside of Central London. My passion is engineering. I like to fix stuff, so maybe go into the RF and do that.
Like me as an aircraft mechanic. Great. Thank you. Welcome to the greasy side. Now, it's remarkable, but I don't hear anyone being from Devon or Southern England. I mean, you're London-based. What kind of things do you do to raise the money to get here?
I just picked up shifts at work, worked a lot, saved up the money, because I'm also at uni, so I'm paying for that as well.
So I'm going to clarify that question. You guys did personal money. It wasn't as a crew. You had bake sales or car washes. Like, wow. Each one of you created guess of how much it is for. Did you get special plane tickets?
So we paid for all the flights back for our flights and a little bit of the financing whilst we're here. So we made that all up ourselves, maybe a bit of help from friends or family here and there, because they saw the opportunities that we could do here, and they want to push us to what we want to do in the future. So that collective money allowed us to go on this camp, so that everyone around London, because we're in Laser Wing, which is London and South East region, that's why you haven't heard from people from Devon or places like that. So we're all in that one area.
So you did a GoFundMe, basically.
Yeah, so most of my funds came from me personally working at the job I do. I work in a pub, so...
And you brought up a wonderful opening, and I'd like you all to address. When you say the opportunities that you as an individual get by coming to Sun and Fun, you're just at an air show, we're just having fun. What opportunities are created by you as air cadets coming?
I think it's good that we have that British representation. So we come over, we help out with everything, volunteer with the marshalling, and we also show the Americans the British side as well. So you also have the Civil Air Patrol here, and you also have us, the Royal Air Force Air Cadets. So I think we're a good representation of the British.
Excellent answer, which leads us into the question, what makes you different than the American Air Patrol? Sounds like...
I'd say probably the main difference would be the age ranges, especially because I believe the Royal Air Force Air Cadets are a lot older, or the time frame is a lot older than the CAP, because I believe they have a few youngsters, or at least younger than what we have here. So from here we have on this camp 16 to 20, but back at home we do have a few younger cadets starting from probably about 13 years old, but I believe the CAP go down to something like 8 or 10. That's one big difference.
The difference, as I understand it, is that ours doesn't require any military commitment. It is not military. And so it's, yeah, you're not growing your future as a military person. You're just an independent.
And that option's there for the Civil Air Patrol, so you can enlist if you'd like to later on.
Thank you.
So does it create an opportunity for you to enlist?
That's the same with us, so we don't have to
Okay.
enlist. It's
Thank
an
you.
option.
Clarification, good.
It's just like a stepping stone. It helps us. It builds the skills, but we don't have to enlist if we don't want to.
I guess it adds a bit of familiarity for if you're going from the Air Cadets into the Royal Air Force. It's not a sudden change. We have rank structure, we have leadership, we have flying, all of the things that you can do in the Royal Air Force, or a lot of it anyway, is done in the Air Cadets to possibly prepare yourself for not only just Royal Air Force life, but also just further life in the world. It's just prepare you for that next step.
We're talking about real world situation being taught at your age, which is probably not the easiest thing to understand when you're not, an adult seeing that on a first-hand basis. So we do thank you for this training that you're starting now to pertain to a future career, whether it is, flying an aircraft, where it is mechanics, where it's just, instructing another generation to do what you're doing.
Do you
So
get
this is outstanding.
possibilities to fly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been flying. I've been gliding as well. So gliding is you go up in an aircraft that doesn't have an engine. You get bolted up into the sky with a winch, and then you go round and round and round, and then you try land it.
We've also had some opportunities to go in experience flights as well. So in the back of a Chinook around London, which is also a great opportunity. Even though we're not piloting it, we still get that chance to see everything and experience the front line,
the
but
opportunity.
the opportunity.
Yeah, you get to. I know. I put my foot on the pedals and follow along with who's ever in pilot and hand on yoke if that's what it is. What's your favorite thing about Sun and Fun?
I've enjoyed the opportunities to speak to the other, not air cadets, the CAP, their experiences, and also getting to marshal some of the planes. That's been great.
What other things have you been doing as volunteers besides marshalling?
So we've done
The ticket office?
Yeah, registration. So
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we helped
With
out
your
giving out
accent?
tickets.
No. Other things?
We've done some STEM.
Yes.
So we've made some bowls.
I made an airframe sort of skeleton-looking thing. So in the rib cage of the aerofoil, you would have these structures in the aerofoil to keep it strong. So we made those
Ribs.
out of wood.
You've been making ribs in
Yes.
the workshop.
Yes.
And those were made out of wood?
Wood.
Yes. And so you've all gotten to spend time in the workshops. Did you get to weld?
Yes.
With the Lincoln welding people?
Yeah, I did. I'm not sure if you guys did either. No.
I didn't, no.
No, so it was very cool actually, because I've never welded before. I've never been near any welding. It's good to see the techniques and how that builds into an aircraft itself. It's just those fundamental skills that build up such a complicated machine. It's quite fascinating.
In our last minute, is there anyone you want to thank about your experience of being here?
Probably for me, thanking for
your colonels or your leaders or people who helped you get here, or maybe that wasn't a great question. Sorry, pick a question and answer
No,
it.
I can answer that question. I think probably the top two people are probably my granddad and my parents as a single, because they pushed me into the air cadets. If I wanted to go on a camp or if I wanted to go on an experience, they pushed me towards it. They haven't said, oh, maybe don't do this or don't do that. They've always pushed me. I didn't think I'd be able to get as high as I have or done as much as I have without those two groups of people.
Thank you, and quickly.
I want to thank the staff that have arranged this camp and prepared everything for us and put in the hard work.
Great, thanks a lot.
Me, my mom. Simple as my mom.
Excellent.
Thank you, Robin.
Hello,
Bridge
this
Cadets,
is Larry
thank you.
Overstreet. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF. Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
Looking to enjoy the air show up close and personal? Want to be right where the action is? Come to the preferred seating area, which is located on the flight line, right in front of the announcer stand. You'll have access to restrooms, some shaded areas, bag storage, and complimentary water. Seating is provided, so you don't even need to bring your own chair. All-day access to the preferred seating area is just $25 per person in addition to the regular admission, and a separate ticket is required. More information and ticket purchases can be found online at flysnf.org.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Lincoln Electric. You can visit the Lincoln Electric booth, N44 and N45, to take advantage of limited-time show special pricing on MIG and TIG welders or plasma cutting equipment. Learn TIG welding in our welding education workshops. Lincoln Electric, ready to help you with all of your welding and cutting projects. If you or someone you're with requires urgent medical assistance, please call 911 immediately. If practical or less urgent, you can visit Sun and Fun's Medical Hospitality Building and Tent located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across from the big Piedmont jet near the main entrance. Medical Hospitality is staffed from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. by licensed volunteer doctors and nurses. From sunburns, blisters, and dehydration to insect bites, headaches, and stomach pain, they are ready to help. And water and sunscreen are always available, free of charge. Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor LiveATC.net, the worldwide leader in live rebroadcasting and recording of ATC radio communications. You can listen to aviation radio on any device, from the busiest airline hubs to your small local airport. It's aviation in action at LiveATC.net. You can even volunteer to be a part of this unique network, helping to bring new airports and frequencies online. LiveATC's pre-configured compact receiver systems make it easy to add your local airport. You can follow them on Twitter at LiveATC or like them on Facebook. LiveATC.net, live air traffic from their headsets to you. Sun and Fun hosts a Type Club tent during the fly-in. Approximately 20 Type Clubs participate, and their members are eager to share information and answer questions about their type of aircraft and how you can become a member in any of the Type Clubs. Whether you're interested in Cubs, short-wing Pipers, Cessnas, Blancas, or any of the other aircraft represented by their club, you won't want to miss the Type Club tent, located just across the taxiway from the Vintage Hospitality headquarters.
CQ, 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 radio, electronics, and avionics fans. The pilots of the Lakeland Amateur Radio Club are running a special event demonstration radio station next to the Florida Air Museum gift shop. They are ready to share with you the excitement of amateur radio, and if you're a licensed operator, you can be on the air. As you walk from the food court to the museum, you'll see the big antennas on your left. 73 from Whiskey 4 Sierra.
Since 2016, Piedmont Airlines has been a proud sponsor of Sun and Fun. As a premier regional carrier of American Airlines, they have unprecedented pilot bonuses, a maintenance tuition payment program, industry-leading benefits, and free travel on the largest airline in the world. Piedmont has something for every aviation enthusiast interested in seeking a career in the industry. You can visit a recruiter in Hangar A, booth A42. Piedmont can't wait to meet you and share the exciting career opportunities they have to offer.
Hey kids, are you interested in learning about science or parachutes? If you're between grades K through 6, you can attend a Piedmont Aerospace Labs workshop. These exciting labs run from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily in the Kids Zone, located at the front entrance. The Kids Zone is also packed with many more cool aviation-themed activities, including a rock wall, obstacle course, space shuttle slide, combat trainer, and much more. Remember, the Kids Zone is located near the front entrance. For more information about ride ticket requirements and prices, visit flysnf.org.
Sun and Fun thanks our official sponsor, the island of Bahamas. Whether you're into fishing, diving, boating, or maybe just a little romance, the 16 major islands of the Bahamas and its 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean may be just what you need. Did you know that in addition to cruises and the airlines, you can fly your own private plane to the islands of Bahamas? It's easy, hassle-free, and oh so close. You can find out more about our beautiful islands at booth D20 and D21 in Hangar D or online at Bahamas.com. Grand Bahama is waiting.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back. Chats from the Deck live, coming to you from the Sun and Fun 2023, the 49th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. E3, we thank you as being a presenting sponsor this year. Keep it coming. Randy, Robin, we had the special opportunity to talk about the B-25 Panchito earlier. We're talking about heritage. We're talking about honor. As we bring into that, we talk about the veterans that served. And part of that today is with Mr. Dave Ligon. Dave is actually with the CEO of Valor Gear.
Yep.
Valor Gear, a company representing clothing that helps with that honor, that dedication, that remembrance of our veterans. Proud to be an American.
Absolutely,
we can all say that. So we thank you for your clothing line and what they have to go behind it. So introduce and kind of give us some history on what we're talking about today.
All right. So I'm a local guy from Lakeland. I've lived here, since I came to college. But every time I came here, I didn't see a shirt that I particularly cared for, and some of them were a little crass. So I wanted something that everyone could enjoy, from family down to, from anybody down to kids. And I wanted it to be about the planes or about whatever they were using, the instruments they were using, but also about the men and the people that were flying them, or the women that were flying them. And I have a lot of family history in military. We go back a long ways. And they just did some amazing things. And so Valor Gear is about cool T-shirts that are clean, but they're also about the people that did things in those planes or used those instruments or the flags we have, and it's about the sacrifices they made. And so I want to honor that. So if you're looking for a downer, you're not going to find it at Valor Gear. You're going to find positive, upbeat stuff that people are going to enjoy. Your kids can enjoy it. It's awesome.
Well, when we say clean, what we're referring to is some of the nose art we might see of the young ladies or something. So that's not what you're representing,
Nope.
but you're still having a very good line of appropriate
right.
clothing.
So you could wear it to church.
There you go. There you go.
Does that help?
Oh, it doesn't say bad words on it.
No bad words. Just pro-America stuff. If you like that, which I do, I'm really pro-American. I think that message has been lost somewhere. And we're pro-veterans and our military and police and our firemen and first responders. So we give them all a discount.
Oh, great!
So if they come to our tent, they get a discount.
No, you're representing, of course, American heritage, but representing each one of the branches as well with specialized insignias, clothing, etc.
Right, exactly. I don't have a lot of Coast Guard stuff right now, and I've been hearing it from the Coast Guard, so I'm coming, guys. Don't worry, I'm back. But everyone else, we have representation of Air Force, Marines, Army, Navy, all that.
As a retired woman in the military, what am I going to find for me?
Well, what's your interest? What do you like? What kind of stuff do you like? Do you like patriotic, flags, or do you like airplanes? I also have a Patriot toolbox, guns as well.
Do you have a blouse?
I do have women's T-shirts. I have women's tank tops.
That is kind of what I was asking. Yes.
Yep. So I have that. Yeah, I have V-necks for women as well. In most of my designs, but not all of them. Yeah.
Curvy T-shirts.
Right. Exactly.
And what they say about me as a woman veteran?
They say you're awesome.
Okay, I mean, I'm up for it. I'm I'm awesome. I'm a veteran.
You are awesome. That's exactly right. Yeah.
I mean, is that what it's going to say on it?
I'm just saying you're awesome. No, it'll have flags on it, like America, like the Betsy Ross flag, or we have a Navy Jack, or if you want an airplane design that you flew or you.
Do you make these custom for people, or is it a whole line that I come in and it's?
No, it's a whole line. And our artists are veterans. We have two artists. One's my brother-in-law. The other one's a guy out in Texas who works for the
foreigner,
Navy.
Huh?
No, yeah, well, Texans do think that they are their own thing. So, yeah, that could be true. He draws it, and so it's all veteran-drawn art. So we it start off as wall art, and then I direct them as to whether or not what it'll look like on a shirt to make it look really cool. Because I like cool shirts. I mean, who doesn't? Right?
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed on the shirt you're wearing, you have Valor Gear with rifles crossed it.
Yeah.
That has a name. I'm sorry, I don't know the name of that signifier.
Well, this is my company logo.
Oh, all right.
And this one is the logo for the Patriot Toolbox design, which is a line of guns and flags. So people who are super patriotic and want some guns and flags, come and get it. I got
and an American flag on the chest.
Yes, I do.
That says American Patriot.
Yep.
And there's a big eagle on the back, but I'm not seeing your back right now. So, De Libertas. Ooh, that's cool.
Yep.
In colors.
Libertas Primus.
Tell me more.
Freedom first. As Americans, we have a lot to lose, and a lot of the people that fought really hard for this country, they knew that freedom was very important, and they gave their lives for it. I write about these people on my Instagram account. I've been fascinated to see how many people just suffered, and some of them suffered just coming back with wounds or even mental problems that they gave it all for us, and it's all about the freedom. So this shirt was just a shout out to all those vets and all those people who sacrificed a lot for us. And I was never in the military, but I support them all the way.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
Right. Which service were you in?
I was not. I did grow up overseas, though. I grew up in Africa. My parents were missionaries, and I got to see what it's like to be outside of America and learn to appreciate it from a different world view. I used to love going over to the U.S. Embassy, meeting up with the Marines. We'd watch TV, because they would turn the TV to from the cartoons for the kids, so we'd all watch cartoons with them and stuff. So I grew up with a humongous respect and love for the U.S. military. Yeah. As a foreigner living overseas, it really helps a lot when you see the uniform. You're like, whoa, that's my team.
Now, Dave, I can tell that you're more of a local Lakelander because
Yeah.
you're not wearing a beefy tee. You're wearing a very lightweight, very comfortable, thin T-shirt for the Florida weather that
right.
we are here used to. You know, both of us here locally. But you know, this is a quality that is going to last, of course, with a great insignia. So, of course, American made.
Yep.
100%.
Well, the T-shirts are not made in America themselves. They're
American pride, though, right behind
everything else, though, is. And it's a light material. It's really good. It doesn't shrink. You can't ask for a better Florida garment.
Absolutely.
Trust
And
me.
where do we find you at this show?
Over between hangar A and B.
Between. This does not compute.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's like there's like these two roads that go up towards the taxiway.
Yes.
And in between hangar A and B on the left side of the left side of the airport. That's
On
where
the flight side.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Like that way. I don't know what that called.
So you're one of the outside vendors outside of the exhibitor halls. So
Yes,
you get your
outside,
tents.
yes,
Perfect.
not inside.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Okay.
Right. So look for the Valor Gear tent. It'll be black, and there'll be flags flying all over the place.
No, we're talking about the T-shirts, and then I see you wearing a hat. Is there other clothing lines available too?
Yeah, we have hats. We have artwork. All the T-shirt artwork, we have it on stuff you can put on the wall because it started off that way. So it's really
Okay.
cool looking. You like a certain plane, you can get that. Or
Planes?
guns.
You just planes?
Nope. I have guns. I also have my Valor Gear Knight, which is my representation of an American knight. It says "Fight the good fight" from 1 Timothy. So it's cool stuff. Someone bought one yesterday, actually. It's the only reason I'm mentioning it. So yeah.
Who bought one?
Someone bought one of my night shirts yesterday. I mean the artwork yesterday. So yeah, people like the art. So it's cool. Come check it out.
Framed glass? No.
It's not in a frame, but it's nice. It's in a package, so you can have it framed. 18 by 12 and a 24 by 18. So
Get it in my plane, take it home.
what's your plane?
United Airlines.
Okay. I don't have that one. I don't have any jumbo jets or anything like that. So
Now,
maybe soon.
Dave, a corporation can, of course, come to you and say, okay, I'd like a product line of 100 shirts, 150, 200, et cetera. I'd like
Yeah.
something customized to represent my company. Maybe my father, my grandfather, was in the 183rd,
Yeah.
just for example. So this is all something that can come to you as well. And
Yeah.
have
I was approached by a guy just before I got on this radio show. He wants me to do something for him, and he has a company out in Titusville. He needed a DC3 emblem and stuff, and he was less than pleased with the stuff he found, so he wanted me to do it. So there you go. And then he gave me his card. So I got his card in my wallet, but I don't
Excellent.
want to shout him out just yet. I don't want to scare him away.
No. So we talk about American pride, American heritage. We
Yeah.
got, your company's behind it. You stand behind it. Your family stands behind it, and a product that is going to last and be represented for many years to come. Yeah, what an outstanding family value. Let's
Yeah.
put it that way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We love it.
Absolutely. Thank you. We're
you.
coming down to a few seconds. We're going to go into some live announcements after this. So this has been, the best part of the show as we're getting ready for the live air shows coming up here in just about 45 minutes or so. We got the Blue Angels today. So something coming up that the family-friendly event that we all look forward to every part of the year. But Dave, the CEO of Valor Gear, come see him out in the field in between hangar again.
A and B
outside. So thank you, Dave. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Miss Robin, we've heard about you a little bit, off and on, but, you talk about your flying career, your history, et cetera. I don't know it. What is your background? How did you get involved in aviation from the start?
I was
Long
a
story, but good
social
one.
worker, and I didn't like it. And what I realized with a degree in anthropology was I wanted to fix things. And so there was an A&P school, community college, near me, and I sat down in the class and was enthralled. I came back home that night and started talking about fuel injection and didn't stop. And I mean, he had a pretty normal girlfriend before I went to A&P school and slept with my texts under my head because maybe I'd learned something while I was sleeping.
There you go.
No, I've never
subconsciously, trying to soak it in through the pillow.
just never been so where I want to be as the day I entered A&P school.
Excellent.
And
we see Rosie the Riveter, back in the day.
yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, a little before your time, of course. I'm not insinuating anything
my
like that.
husband's mom's name was Rosie
Beautiful.
and worked in a factory. And
Beautiful.
so he always wondered. She
There
had
you
red
go.
hair. Maybe that's her.
It could be.
And a story was brought to me. I did have a degree in anthropology. So when I was the first woman at LAX for TWA, just in LAX and just for TWA, I didn't go in there with a competitive spirit of, I'm going to show these guys, or this is going to be tough.
Woman power.
Yeah, no. I'm in a community. I'm in a tribe. I'm going to see how well I can fit into my tribe and learn the cultures and the rituals. And I walked across the street to United when TWA looked like it was having trouble. And we had a downturn in 2008. It's the only reason I'm not currently working for United.
There you go. Understood.
So, yeah,
Understood.
and I fly for free. My family flew for free. Yes, it's a
little
wonderful
benefits,
career.
Little benefits that help out.
Do I have another second?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And because I applied for scholarships, right, with all the organizations that are out there for us to be involved with, including the Association for Women in Aviation Maintenance, I got a Pratt & Whitney scholarship.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Changed it from the engine to the lean Six Sigma and was in management my last year. So there's an amazing amount we can do in this world of aviation.
There's all walks of life that take place, with not just for the air show, year round. Mentors, and that's what you've become also, at this stage in life, a mentor.
Yes.
So we're at the 2023 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, the 49th annual. Public service announcement, please. It is warm out today. Now, this is not the warmth we had a couple days ago. Please drink some water today. Please don't go towards and, let the vendors not see your faces. We have ice cream out here. I know there's, many different good vendors. Take some time. Enjoy this quality of life that Florida sunshine has given you. Take advantage of it. We have a beautiful, beautiful week ahead. This is only, day number 3, I think. So,
and remember, this is a fundraiser.
This is a
All
fundraiser.
the fun you're having is creating to the school that is on this very campus.
Huge give back
And
program.
It seems like it's all for us. It feels sometimes, but you are giving to that school. Buy something from the vendors.
Today's future now. I saw that somewhere, and I love that slogan, that logo. We can't beat it. Let's do an announcement. We have Welcome Back to Chats from the Deck Live, which we've been live for the past few minutes. Yes, coming to you from the Sun and Fun 2023, the 49th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Jack, slow down. Calm down. Have some fun with this. Presented by E3 Aviation. E3, we thank you. We also have, of course, the continuing sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. FlyGRB.com, the place to go if you got to go to that northbound air show here in the middle of the summer. We're talking about Air Venture, of course, a beautiful, beautiful location to go to and also spend time with the family. But come back to Florida if you are a resident and, come see Mickey Mouse every now and then, too. Today, we have Lindsay Costabile. Thank you. Make sure my glasses are not on. So, Jack just showed his age here. And Grace, I'm going to let you pronounce your last name because I do not want to be a bad gentleman and mess it up.
Hi, I'm Grace Varghese.
Excellent. So this is with Corporate Relations Media. Lindsay is with the Heart Flying Foundation.
I Heart Flying Foundation.
Heart Flying
that's
Foundation.
Correct.
Beautiful. So we transitioned earlier, forgive me as I'm just kind of reading this as we go along, talking about, B-25 aircraft, and we're talking about a gentleman selling, heritage T-shirts and great quality clothing. So now we're getting to the Flying Foundation. Again, somebody that we can contribute to, give back. So we're going to hand it over to you, Lindsay, and go from the start. What is this foundation? What's it all about?
Thanks, Jack. Appreciate you guys having us on, and we're excited to be here at Sun and Fun Air Show and sharing a little bit about what we're doing and aiming to get women of all ages into flight through flight training scholarships. And so that is
scholarships.
That's the key word.
Absolutely. Obviously, as we all know, as aviators and those of us who've gone through flight training, and Grace is currently going through flight training, working towards her commercial at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Daytona, is that it is not cheap.
No.
It is not cheap. And so I Heart Flying, its founder, Rochelle, who is an avid pilot on the fixed wing and rotor side. She can fly just about anything. She created this organization in 2017 with the mission to support women in the air, diversify the skies, and really give back to an industry that gave so much to her. And so we are actually launching a dual scholarship opportunity called All Hands on Deck with Girls Love to Fly, coming out April 7th, next week. And there's over $20,000 worth of pilot supplies, scholarship awards, industry packages that are going to be up for grabs. So there's different criteria per organization. All can be found on our website, and it's all part of what we launched called the HAND campaign, which is Heart Aviation Nation Delivers.
Scholarships is the key word to a parent. Parents love the word scholarship. So the more scholarships available, the more opportunities, of course. So it is so thankful that, corporations and foundations like yours have that opportunity for these young ladies, these young gentlemen, of course, but today we're talking about, the young ladies.
Is it only girls?
For right now, that is, yes.
Okay.
Heart Flying's goal is to get more women in the air.
Gotcha.
However, the HAND campaign is actually a way to marry the impact of our themed scholarship opportunities that are very near and dear to the heart of our founder. We do them very uniquely around a large social media plug and push. We get a lot of the industry involved, and we marry that with our outreach events that are for all youth. So our industry partners, for example, like Go Rentals and Sheltair and Bose Aviation, King Schools, Immaculate Flight, Deso Falcon Jet, Boeing Business Jet, Gulfstream, I can name them. There's quite a few of them.
Wow.
Paragon Aviation Group, AEG Fuels, Titan Aviation Fuels. They've all come together at some point over the last 6 years of our existence and continue to this great vibe we
So
have
that's
to
how you
help
get
out.
your funding.
Absolutely.
All
the
these
industry.
great companies
Yes.
see you're doing something
All their
right.
goodwill. All
I
their
mean,
goodwill.
to open the hearts and the pockets is wonderful. Second question, where do you apply, and what are your minimum requirements?
Great question. So I can speak for iHeart Flying specifically. It's at IHART, very specific, flying.org. So iHeartFlying.org is where, as of April 7th, ladies can go online to start their application process.
Just a few days from now.
Just a few
I mean, we
days.
can count it in 150 hours or whatever.
That is correct. Yes.
And you go to
Flying.org. Correct.
And upper left-hand corner, lower right-hand corner.
Yes, there's a header at the top, and there's like about and donations and partners, and there's one that says current scholarships. So they're going to go to current scholarships, and all the criteria is laid out there. The one thing that I will always say anytime I have a chance to have a microphone is do not delay. There is a short window to apply. There are requirements that take some time and effort to produce in making that application possible and completing and submitting it. So don't delay. Don't wait till the last minute. Get it in.
I see that we've kind of talked about your mission statement, what you're here to do. Yeah. What are some of the issues facing women in aviation? There's still a few hurdles out there that we're trying to get over, and your solution to these issues.
Well, that's why we have Grace here, because she is currently a student at Embry-Riddle working towards her commercial, and I'm sure she can speak to some of the factors that limit women to get into aviation today.
Right. I think the key factor here is exposure. A lot of women in today's age, despite how far we've come as a society, are not exposed to aviation. Me personally, the only reason I'm exposed to aviation is because of all the traveling I was able to do as a child. That I have no one in my family that was in aviation before me. I'm the first person starting this journey. So for me, it was just a lack of exposure, and I know that's the same for many other women all around the world.
Absolutely.
Especially why we're here is to talk about that financial aspect, right? Aviation is not an industry that's easily accessible. It requires a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of connections and resources. So what we're really trying to do here is break down those barriers for women everywhere and just make the transition and the process easier and more accessible to women everywhere.
Do you know roughly what percentage of women fly or in aviation? What is that number? Do you have any idea?
Absolutely. So today the percentage is looking around 6% around the world for pilots who are women, which is a very, very low number.
A lot of room for growth.
A lot of room for growth, exactly. I think there's a lot of work that we can do here with partnerships and, promoting organizations like this at Sun and Fun. There's a lot of work to be done, and hopefully these numbers will only grow as the future continues.
Now, Grace, you said you had nobody really pushing you or getting you to involve. So where at your level of life did you say, I want to do this. This is my future. This is, this is kind of interjecting into my life.
Right.
So,
Absolutely. So, funny enough, I had a kindergarten graduation ceremony, which is quite a weird ceremony to have, but it was something that my kindergarten decided to do for us. So, during this graduation ceremony, my parents had no clue that they were ever going to ask us any questions. So, I go up on stage, I grab my diploma, I shake my principal's hand, and then the principal asked me, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, oh, well, my mom's a nurse, my dad's a respiratory therapist, there's a lot of different medical people in my family. But for some reason I said, I want to be a pilot when I grow up. And my family was taken aback. Like, where did that come from? We don't have any pilots in our family. We don't have anyone in aviation in our family. So it was really just a very obscure thing for me to say. As life continues, it was just something that always stuck with me. And around 8th grade is when I got serious about my passion. And I started my training for my private pilot's license, senior year of high school. And I just really fell in love with aviation in the industry. And I fall in love with it more and more every day. So it's something that just keeps giving back to me.
and as I was giving compliments to Robin earlier, you're now a mentor. You're now actually to present your history, your story, and present to other young ladies that don't worry about it. You got to start somewhere. You've got to have that opportunity. Take a step forward.
Exactly.
And one point I'd like to make out is we working here with the high schools. There's a lot. I didn't get the scholarship. I didn't get it this year. So don't give up. Reapply. It's not because of your, of who you are, your age, or anything. There just may be somebody else that had a little extra step ahead of you that took that opportunity.
Absolutely. I agree. I think the biggest thing that I like telling my mentees and just people who are trying to get in this field is never give up. There's always going to be struggles. There's always going to be difficulties that you will face, especially in aviation with check rides and studying and just various different aspects, but you got to keep trying. You got to keep pushing through no matter what is in your way.
We mentioned this yesterday, interviewing someone else, and it was let them say no. Knock on the door.
Absolutely.
If you don't have an opportunity, go out and make that opportunity.
Exactly.
So you guys have been around a while. You have any success stories? Any,
we've got over 25, as we call them, Heart Scholars around the North America. So our awards go to North America, so it's U.S. and Canadian based, but our audience is global with our outreach. So we've got over 25 Heart Scholars, and you, Jack, just talked about if you apply and don't get it, don't give up. With iHeart Flying specifically, we've had several Heart Scholars who didn't get it a year, kept applying, and we've got one young woman who applied several times, finally got the scholarship, and she's doing some wonderful things in the industry right now.
And it's so good to hear the alumni, the stories, everybody coming back, and just sharing those stories. So, thank you, ladies, for what you're doing. Of course, Lindsay, iHeart Flying Foundation, iHeartFlying.org. Grace, your story is tremendous. Continue, keep it up. Thank you for being, a part of what you're doing in this, this family.
Right.
Let's just call it that.
Absolutely.
So thank you for being here with Chats on the Deck Live. We're here at the 2023 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. We're about to have a live air show.
Yeah.
I think there's some Blue Angels today.
Wow.
Woohoo! Yeah, we saw them this morning.
Let's bring it on. Thank you, everybody. Volunteers, we know you're out there. Thank you for being here. Thank you for what you're doing to make this event happen. Keep it up. Come back. Enjoy this weather. We'll see you and talk to you tomorrow. Have fun.
Hello, this is Russ Rosleski from the Stuck Mike Avcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Honda Generators, the official generator of Sun and Fun. Be sure to visit the Honda display directly across from Sunset Grill to see the all-new Honda EU 3200i generator. Weighing less than 60 pounds and capable of running a 13.5 BTU air conditioner, it's the perfect power source for your RV. More information is at powerequipment.honda.com. Higher Power Hydraulic Doors is a family-owned and operated business with over 30 years construction experience. They are the premier hangar door manufacturer on the market today because of their proprietary design. While traditional hangar doors put additional stress on the building, our hangar doors are engineered to eliminate this significant and expensive problem. Stop by to see us at booths 22 and 23 in Hangar A.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba.
Yes, hydration is everything. So what happens in the sun? Our bodies perspire to keep us at 98.6, and that warm breeze across our face evaporates water from our bodies too. And those caffeinated beverages are diuretics, which means that when we drink them, we can become dehydrated. So stay ahead of the curve by drinking water all throughout your stay here at Sun and Fun. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Let your career take flight with Piedmont Airlines. As a premier regional carrier of American Airlines, Piedmont offers an unprecedented pilot experience bonus, a maintenance tuition payment program, industry-leading benefits, and free travel on the largest airline in the world. Piedmont has something for every aviation enthusiast interested in seeking a career. Are you looking for more information? Stop by booth A42 to talk to a Piedmont recruiter. We can't wait to show you everything Piedmont has to offer.
Sun and Fun offers many services for our handicapped guests. Handicap parking is available near the registration building. Please let the parking attendant know so they can wave you onto the lot. We have a golf cart that will shuttle people from the handicap parking lot to the ticketing window or the scooter rental. You can bring your own wheelchair or scooter, or we have them available for rent on a daily basis near main registration. Please visit the Handicap Services office located on the west side of the admissions building in the Main Gate Plaza, or go to flysnf.org for more information.
Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Flying Eyes sunglasses and prescription eyewear are designed by pilots with comfort and functionality in mind. The temples are millimeter thin and flexible for headset compatibility with shatterproof, non-polarized lenses that offer a clear view of your instrument panel. Experience the comfort and clarity you deserve with Flying Eyes, available at booth NE40 or online at flyingeyesoptics.com.
I'm News Channel 8's Keith Kate. Every day, a lot of news happens in the Bay Area, and where you choose to get your information matters. There's only one news operation in Tampa Bay that is always on your side, looking out for you, making sure your voice is heard, and uncovering the truth. News Channel 8. We're in your neighborhood and at your call, investigating and reporting on the stories that impact you and your family. Trust the station that is always on your side.
Every afternoon, Tuesday through Sunday, Sun and Fun is proud to present the Daily Air Show, brought to you by Shell and AOPA. You can join us at the flight line for exciting air show performances with highly skilled pilots flying all types of aircraft. The Daily Air Show lineup includes a variety of aircraft such as ultralight paramotors, gliders, World War II fighter planes, modern aerobatic and race planes, as well as military fighter jets. The displays of masterful flying will delight the crowd every afternoon all week long.
While we all have good views of the action here at Sun and Fun, if you're a professional photographer looking for the best views possible, then you will want to check out the preferred photo seating area. This area allows an unobstructed view of the air show and other event activities. It's located adjacent to the preferred seating along the flight line and the air show announcer stand, so you know that's where the best of the action is. There is an extra fee of just $30 in addition to the event admission, and more details are available at flysnf.org.
Basically gives us an altitude deconfliction game plan, so we can spend more time